Mic check 1 2. Mic check. There it is. Okay. Job hunting. Oops. I should have muted my mic. Okay, more jobs. We're applying for jobs. Excuse me. Okay, I think I'm going to keep applying through this staffing agency. Hey Phoebus. I'm glad to see you, man. Good morning. I'm trying to apply to at least 5 other jobs before I get doing anything else. And then I'm going to reach out to these folks on Monday, because it says like you're supposed to apply for jobs and then they're supposed to get in touch with you, but that hasn't happened yet. So I'll just contact them first thing on Monday. Let me see. Okay, this week. Okay, so 429 till. Okay, so 428 till 42. So I have applied to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've applied to 9 different jobs so far this week. I'll see if I can get it up to 14 or 15. Yeah. I'm just trying to get myself out there. I really don't want this creeping up on me. Yeah, no, I'm trying to keep busy. I am contenting myself. If I apply to a couple more jobs today, I will be able to content myself that I've done what I can do until Monday, when I can call up this contracting agency and be like, hey, I've applied for like 10 jobs through your website. I haven't heard back from anybody. No, I haven't actually. Let me set aside some time on the calendar to do that Monday. Sunday, Monday. Here we go. Fuck. No, I'm glad you did ask. I'm gonna try to use every resource that I can get my hands on. So. Um. Okay. Oh, that's good. Um, I will definitely do that. I always get so insecure when I'm like applying for jobs. It's like, I'm not like familiar with some of the systems, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not a good fit. But then I also remind myself that most of the time, if I have a problem to work on and access to the internet and an expert, I can typically get it figured out. What's a FANG company? I'm not sure what you mean by FANG company, but Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, big tech, Thanks, Phoebus. Let me know when you're back. I know you're busy today. Awesome. Sweet, man. I'll see you soon. Hey Vari, I'm sorry. I just looked over at Twitch chat. I was looking at Phoebus was messaging me, and I just saw your messages. Sorry. Here's a role for an HR operations project manager. That doesn't sound like any fun. Well, here's a remote gig. Yeah, I should apply to this one. This is, whoops. Oh, I gotta hit edit first. The pay isn't as good as I'd like it to be, but there's a business operations project manager role that I think I'd fit in. So apply now. Okay, I gotta copy this and I gotta document it. Okay, so this is remote, ain't it? Yeah, it says remote. Okay. Okay, so that's a total of 10 jobs that I've applied to this week. And I'm going to go get up and get a drink real quick. And then we'll probably spend a little bit more time. I'm on a roll here, and since I'm in the flow, I'll just keep applying. I'm applying through a specific recruitment agency, so this works because I will have I'm going to contact them on Monday, and then if I have like 15 jobs that I think I'm a fit for and I applied for it, then I can talk to them about that. Like, hey, look, I really went in there and dove in and did some searching for some of those jobs. Now talk to me. What do we got to do to move this forward, right? So, oh hey Raz. Oh, happy. Oh God, it is Friday. Yeah, happy Friday. We are currently, because I got laid off like 2 months ago, and I'm currently in the process of applying for some jobs. I think I'll feel a little bit better when I get my unemployment check, but it's not from lack of trying to apply. I'm just trying to find some remote gig so I don't have to move out of Puerto Rico because I like it here. And I figure if I apply to at least 5 different jobs every day, something's bound to stick. I should at least get an interview or something in a week or two, right? How come I got laid off? I automated myself out of a job. Yeah, my job at I worked at this really scrappy fintech startup for 8 years, and I saw it from like, keeping everything together with like duct tape and chewing gum to actually building out the mature stuff. So when we built out all the mature stuff based off of my designs, especially for like the customer management section and the customer like complaints and customer problem section, I automated all of it. We set it up to where we used to the customer support department used to have needed staff size of like 20 to be able to keep up with all the chats in the phone. And by the time I got to install in the automation and the AI and all that kind of stuff, it handled like 99% of all the stuff. So they were able to like cut me and cut down the support staff, and yeah, it's just so. I can kind of brag about that in the job interview. Like, I did it. My job was complete. I actually, did everything I could. There was no more work to do. Basically, I fixed it all. And the place I was working at, they weren't keen on finding me any new work either. So, I think a couple folk there just wanted me gone. And they knew I'd never quit. So they laid me off. And it's not like they could fire me because I always get stellar performance reviews. So. But that's okay. We got a new challenge. I've applied to a bunch of places. I'm talking to a recruiter at one agency, though that son of a bitch didn't get back to me this week. He was supposed to. So I'm gonna hit them up one more time on Monday, and if he's not getting back to me, he's just wasting my fucking time. Pardon my French. And then also on Monday, I've applied to 10 different jobs through this other staffing agency, and I'm trying to apply for 5 more. And then I want to contact them on Monday and be like, "Hey, look, I've applied for all these jobs. What do we do next? I'm trying to get employed here." Yeah. So, honestly, I was going to quit in 3 months anyway, because I was at the point, I was at the point 2 months ago where I was like saving 90% of all of my paychecks, and I wanted to save 6 paychecks, and then I was going to quit and then just do video editing stuff for like a year, because I had I reduced my bills down so low, and I'd have this pile of cash, and all I'd have to do is just sit here and work out and order food and that kind of stuff. I would have been able to sustain that for like damn near like 12 months, and then that's just assuming that the channel doesn't grow and people don't start, supporting and donating and things like that. So yeah, I was going to quit anyway. It's okay. They got me before I was ready. That moment when the game you finally have time to play is down. Oh no, what game is down? Doing some server maintenance. Oh, I played that game briefly. It looked like the type of game that made me feel like I wasn't getting the full experience because I didn't have like a thruster control and a joystick. Do you play with mouse and keyboard, or do you use the game stick and the thrusters and shit? Because that's what I was looking at. Like, this is how you get the full enjoyment out of this game. But it depends on what I'm doing. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. When it's time to dogfight, you hop over to the joystick, and then if you're just trying to like do some normal shit, you use the mouse and keyboard. Yeah. Let me know when you get back, Raz. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why like Eve Online was really popular. You could have Eve Online up on one screen and do your mining, and then you could have your news channel up on the other thing, and then you could be working on your work at the same time. Just having a game on in the background. I remember those days. Claims and Capability Project Manager to work with government operations claims business partners. That's some insurance stuff. Capability across its life cycle using a prioritization frameworks. The claim capability manager will establish lasting relationships. Oh no. Working from home. Yeah, I've been working remote since COVID because they the company, like COVID happened, and then the company was like, "What? Everything's still working. Everybody's working remote. Why do we need to pay, $20,000 a month for an office space?" So we turned into an all remote company, and I've been working remote for the last 5 years. And it's been, it took some getting used to. My big problem now, or the problem that I had at my old job, was that I'd work all the time. I worked too much. So I got to make sure that I got the right boundaries up. And having these video projects to work on is a big help, because I'll be able to oh, no, you can stop working on the work project. It'll be there tomorrow. And now you can go, work on your other projects and get your artistic fix in. Oh, that's okay, Roz. I think I got some of that too. I don't know. I'm just trying to keep pushing forward, because you kind of tie your self-worth into how much money you're making, even though that's not what you should be doing, but it's still there. And the fact that I'm unemployed is just grating on me. I'll feel better when I get some sort of gig. Now this is interesting. They don't always go into so much detail, but on the job descriptions. But they need a technical back-end product manager to basically build some infrastructure that looks like it's going to scrape data off a Ticketmaster. I don't. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's a product manager, not a project manager. Pharmacy data manager, business process consultant. Ooh, what's that? The individual will be involved in 2 key initiatives to define process mapping and tools to optimize and utilize within the business. The role involves collaboration with key stakeholders to collect and analyze business requirements, mapping data available. Oh, I can do this. The pay is crap, though. Senior professional services consultant. Oh, that's really awesome, Raz. I'm glad you got something like that set up. We should all be so lucky. I'm truly glad that that job's over, though. Like, I just, I didn't realize how much I did not like working there until I got laid off. I guess I was just sticking there because it was the comfort zone. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Same here. Okay, operations project manager. What else should we look at? Operations manager. Let's look up operations lead. Oh, already applied to that one. Yeah, no, that's my problem. I definitely have that problem. I got well, that, I mean, like, I had a bunch of health issues and stuff, and I basically self isolated for a long time. And I'm just now trying to get back in touch with people. Like, I lost my phone and lost Swifty's number, and I haven't talked to the guy in years. So once I get the music video out, I'll also upload a video like, hey, message for Swifty, and then we can get everybody to go spam that message to Swifty and tell him to get in touch with me. But let's do that after the music video is released. I'm going to apply to this one, this network project manager. And the worst they can do is say no. Okay, let's document that. I have to keep track of all the places that I'm applying to. Um, PM 52/2025. That's good, Phoebus. Welcome back. I am just now documenting the other place that I just applied for. This one right here. So I'm copying that URL. I need to make a point on my calendar here that on Monday I need to reach out to the staffing agency. Well, these folks want an HR project manager, but I don't. I just don't have an HR background. I just can't apply to that, I don't think. I already applied to that one. Banking. Okay, well, I don't know what else to search for now. Oh, I don't have any expertise in claim filing. Oh, I'm going to apply to this one, Agile Project Manager. Yeah, I like this one. I'm going to apply for it. But let's document it. So, applied on 104 p.m. 5/2/2025. Let's see, we got to give them my LinkedIn profile. There you go. Oh, that's a good idea, Phoebus. I should ask Bob. Um, let me go take a quick bio real quick, and let me see if there's any other Scrum Master jobs on this website that I want to apply to. I applied to 1, 2, 3 jobs so far. Gotta see if I can find 2 more, and then I'll check with Bob about how to apply, best place to apply for remote jobs like that, and then develop a strategy. I've got a plan to give this staffing agency a call on Monday, because I will have applied for like 15 jobs through their website, and their process says here, step 1, search. If you're already part of the family, just email your recruiter about the jobs you want. Step 2, connect. We'll chat about your experience, your goals, and what your ideal job looks like. We'll help you prep for interviews and get you ready to land a job. We won't rest until we find the perfect match. Okay, and then step 3, when start your assignment. When you get the job, we'll walk you through everything that you need to know. Not that now that you're part of the family, we'll always have your back. This is just the beginning. So Monday, I guess I'll reach out to them and open up a chat and see what's what. Yeah, here's a technical project manager. The TPM will be responsible for coordinating roadmaps across multiple teams, ensuring smooth operation and delivery of projects. They will work closely with developers and QA to maintain and upgrade existing systems, oversee API integrations, and drive the deployment of new website features. The role involves a bottom-up approach to Scrum, focusing on basic principles rather than hardcore methodologies. Well, that's a little alarming, because it sounds like you just want to pick and choose what you like from Scrum instead of actually doing Scrum. But we can chat about that in the job interview. They will use Azure DevOps to manage backlogs and ensure all tasks. Okay, so that must be the project management software. Oh, yeah, it's basically Microsoft's version of Trello. Okay, that's fine. I got this. Oh, I already applied to it. Oh, that's funny. I already applied to it. Well, here's another one, a digital project owner. I can contribute to agile ceremonies like stand-ups, retrospectives, team demos. Okay. Okay, so we're going to apply to this one. And it's going to be applied on 1:11 p.m. on 5/2/2025. And there's the link. Okay, now let me get a copy of my LinkedIn profile right there. Okay, so I hit apply. Resume, no cover letter. Edit, LinkedIn, phone number. Yes, apply. Yeah, ask what's your question about the setup? Oh, yeah, so here. Okay, so here you have sources, and this is where, so what I do is like, see when it's time to bio, I just toggle it on or off, right? And these are just you can add like a text item. So which one is the agenda? Right there. So the agenda, let's look at the properties. So you can just add this. So here's the text, you know, I just typed all that out, right? And then you can choose the font and the background and the opacity and the alignment, center. Yeah, let's make it left, actually. There we go. Whoops. There we go. But that kind of covers up what you need to see. So yeah, that's it. I just have multiple things that are text here, and I just happen to, you know, to keep it uniform, I'm just using all the same. I just copy, duplicate, and then edit the other one. So that's how I got this text stuff here. And I figured it's the thing to do, especially when like I'm not sharing my screen, and you know, I want people to know what's going on, or hopefully just come and hang out in the live stream. You know, we got to get some productive work done together. I know that's probably not for everybody. Most people are trying to come to Twitch to unwind. So. Okay. Window capture right there. Okay, I think I just need to apply for one more job. And, well, if I will finish going through this list, and if I find something I need to apply to, I will. But I'm happy with the progress made today, especially since next week I'm going to contact DICE and this contracting agency that I just applied to 15 different positions to over the last 3 days. So I'm going to talk to them on Monday, be like, hey, I applied to 15 different jobs. I got to be a fit for one of those. And get that ball rolling. And then I'm going to follow Phoebus's advice, and I'll I'll use Dice. Get my resume up there and start putting myself out there too. Okay, so we'll look at Dice first thing on Monday. We've applied to 1, 2, 3, 4 places. We just applied to this one. That's a software engineer. I'm not a software engineer. Pays too low. Senior AI developer. Ooh. But I don't develop AI. Candidates must come from a healthcare insurance industry background. Well, there goes that. Now, alternatively, some of them are like, candidate must come from fintech background, and I was like, ooh, that's me. Looking for a product manager. Okay, well, there's not a lot of info on this one, but I'll go ahead and apply to it. Must come from a small business environment, 5 years experience. Yeah, experience for software as a service project. Yeah. Yeah, this is me. Okay, and this will be the 5th job, so I'm really, really happy that we got another 5 jobs applied to. It's going to make me feel better for the rest of the day. I really know it is. That way, when my anxiety kicks in and it's like you're unemployed, I can slap that anxiety and be like, well, we've already done everything we can do about it today. There's nothing else we can do about it. We can pick it up again on Monday when you start talking to the recruiters and you get your resume up there on Dice, and that's just you just gotta put that little beast in its cage until then. Oh yeah, so you can here. There we go. So yeah, so in this corner down here, so you got your different scenes, right? So I can switch over to full scene, and this is just like full screen webcam, basically. Right there. And then I can switch back to, this is like my main thing. And then over here is all the different sources. So the different sources that you can add, you can it could be an audio application capture, audio input device, a browser, display capture, game capture, image, media source. You can put movies and videos in here, and like when you turn it on, it'll play the movie, and then you turn it off, and it does that. VLC video source, video capture, and then you can like create a group. So this is very, very robust software, very much so. And I also use it a lot just to record my screen, because all you got to do is you set up the here in the output, or excuse me, video. You set everything up here, and then you set up the output folder, and then when you hit record, it records everything that you've got set up right here until you tell it to stop. And it is so helpful for work, because I showed so many people this program at my last job, and they loved me for it. They're like, oh my gosh, we can record our screen without a bunch of hassle, you know. And especially working remote and being on Slack and stuff, it's super beneficial to just be like, here, let me give you a little 90-second video of where you need to click and what you need to do, right? It really helped me coach some of the less technical folk. Vari says, leaving alone is seriously the fucking best feel ever. Buddy's girlfriend just dumped him after 13 years, and he fully agrees with me. That is the best thing that happened to him in years. Oh, poor. Yeah. Yeah. It's we're dealing with the, I don't know, just times are a changing. Society doesn't support the nuclear family anymore. It supports a bunch of other things, so there we go. All right. Okay, did I finish this? Did I actually get this done, applied here? Oh, this is the remote project manager job. And then let's apply for it. Let me get this is the last one I'm going to do today. I'm going to feel really good about getting this done. I gotta talk myself up about this kind of stuff, because I can get like overly negative, and I can just be like, oh, you're not doing enough. And I can just be so fucking hard on myself. And then I end up making myself miserable and anxious and depressed because I'm beating myself up. So I gotta watch that. I gotta frame things the way this guy I used to work with would. He could polish he could put the best polish on a turd you've ever seen. He could completely fail to properly launch a new service or feature and still make it sound like it was a good thing. It was fucking incredible. Remote project manager. Here, let me take a screenshot of this one. Okay. I think, you want my 2 cents on social commentary? That's kind of like I've seen that stuff. It's been quite noticeable for about the last decade that the corporate speech has just kind of like weaseled its way into everyday life, and the PR statements, like the talking in such a way as to like not acknowledge that there was a problem and that things are successful and everything's okay. Like it's just weird. I don't know. I had to learn like a whole new way of communicating over the last 7 years, because I was told point blank. I was like, why don't you let me in a meeting with the C-suite? And like you show them my reports, and he's like, because you're too honest. You don't talk to C-suite executives the way you do. And I was like, oh, well, no wonder C-suite executives are so disconnected from everything. Everybody puts on a different communication style instead of talking to them like everybody else. No wonder they're disconnected from everything. Yeah. I appreciate that, Roz. Roz says, beating yourself down is one of the most self-destructive things to do. Like tomorrow's another day. Every single day doesn't have to be a grind. Procrastination can be good things. We are not made to work 24/7. We need to rest and relax. Yeah, that's true. It's super hard. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, is because it will make it a lot easier for me to relax this weekend, having known that like I've done all of this stuff and that I didn't put things off and that I am kind of working a little bit towards each goal each day. Otherwise I can just, I already said it. I can beat myself up. I need to watch that. Okay, this one. Okay, let me check my dashboard in this recruiting agency thing here. Okay, there we go. We'll put in my app. Let's click my applications. Oh no, that looks nice. Look at that, 10 different job applications. Test lead project manager, technical project manager, remote project manager, remote scrum master, remote technical scrum master, business operations manager, project manager, network project manager, agile project manager, digital product owner. And I think they meant to put manager because it says manager in the description, but it says owner in the title. They probably want a hybrid role anyway. They probably want somebody split in the PM and PO role, which you can do sometimes. And then remote project manager. So that's yeah. So I'm going to reach out to these folks on Monday, and I'm going to be like, hey, I applied to a bunch of jobs. I'd love to know if there's anything else that I can do to expedite the process or help move things along. And we'll see what they come back with. I know what you mean, Vari, but let me, what you can do, you can actually angle to get more money from them if they're going to be contacting you outside of business hours. You can actually be like, okay, so I'm basically on call, right? So I'd like a percentage increase, maybe like a 5-10% increase for being on call. And then I'll happily answer the phone for you. I will answer the phone at 3:00 in the morning. If you increase my salary by another 10%, that'd be super happy. And then we'll just consider myself an on-call engineer. And then they'll be like, and then they could just go find some other sucker to do it. No, I get it. I care about money, but only insofar that I need money to do my projects. I need to, I'd had to need money to get the computer. I got to get some camera equipment. I got to get a drone. I got to get, the mounting equipment, dolly, all that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm getting the jobs. It's like, I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it, I am doing it a little bit for money because I need to save money. I need to save for retirement. Need to start doing that. But yeah, my primary concern is not how much money I can make. It's what I can do with that money and my free time. And I just have to frame things that way, because if I don't, I'm just miserable, because it's like, what am I grinding it out at work for? So, and now that we've started the live streams again and we're starting to get content out there again, I do feel a lot better. I feel like, all the hard work that I put into, saving up and getting my shit together and all that kind of stuff, it's paying off. Yeah, no, Six Fader says asking for more money is kind of a way to throw their request for more work back at them. Want to pay it? Yeah, absolutely. It's like you want to, if you want on call to be in my job description, pay me more. Otherwise, contact me during business hours. It's that simple. Give me. It's not unreasonable to request a bump in pay if you're going to be on call. I happily do it. I don't mind being on call because I always make sure they pay me more, and then I don't mind it. But it also depends on like the place you're working at and who your managers are and all that kind of shit. It's worth having a discussion. Okay. Let's do this. I think we're getting ready to shift gears. What I want to do real quick is I want to wrap up the job hunting stuff. So I've applied to a bunch of places and I got them all documented. Okay. Oh, good. We're doing it on time. Let's just delete this because we still haven't had breakfast. I really got to stop doing that. When I sit down in front of the computer, if I don't eat something beforehand, I end up skipping breakfast. It's just, that's my ADHD. I used to beat myself up about that so much. Like now that I know it's a thing, like I try not to be too hard on myself, but I used to get really mad at myself for doing stuff like that. Okay, apply to jobs, keep track. We did that. What I want to do is go over to Monday. Okay, so this is one of the staffing agencies that I'm talking to. You've applied to 15 jobs. Applied to 10 jobs. So far, maybe even 15 if you go for 5 more before reaching out. Ask them what are the next steps should be. Okay, so that's me getting them, chatting with them. Okay, so that's Insight Global. We can move this one over. And then this is our daily reminder to apply to 2 to 5 jobs every day. And then there's apply for 5 jobs, and we're going to sign up for Dice too, because that's Phoebus recommends them as a place to kind of put your techie. If you're in tech, it's a good place to put your resume up. So I'm doing that. Okay, so that way I will have applied to like probably maybe 10 more jobs, and I will have reached out to the recruiting agency, and I will have put myself up on another site. So, okay, great. And we'll see what happens after that. We'll see what happens. Okay, we can actually close this. All right, y'all. Let me take a bio real quick and get something to drink, and then we're gonna shift gears and get over to working on the Skyrim music video, because we've done a good job for the job hunt today. There's not much else that can be done besides just hunting through and applying for even more jobs. But we spent 2 hours doing it today, and I think that's enough time. Especially if we do that every other day. So like if I wasn't going to job hunt tomorrow, maybe I would search for some more jobs. But I'm even on Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to get at least 2 more places applied to. Just keep that going. Let me go ahead and put the BRB up. All right, be right back. Phoebus says, I find that most orgs engage in empty or broken promises, and the reward for doing a good job is more work with no compensation. And then they wonder why they struggle to find people. Yeah. Yeah, like you've always said, Phoebus, get it in writing. Okay, so I think we're gonna update the agenda now. I have convinced myself that I've done everything that I can do for the job hunt today. I've made significant progress, and I have a plan for what to do this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, which is to apply for 5 more jobs each day. And then on Monday, I'll be reaching out to the staffing agency that I have applied for about 15 jobs through their service. So I'm going to get in touch with them and be like, hey, I want to work. Ready to get back to work. Editing Skyrim music video. All right, so let's do that. Let's put completed up there. Okay. So there we go. Let me let's leave this up here for a second. Let me start closing some tabs here. I got a ton of stuff open that just needs to be closed. Okay, that's an automated message from the staffing agency. That's fine. Okay. Okay, I've got, yeah, we need to finish the Skyrim music video. We got the script done for my video essay about game development. I think it does a really good job. You know, it points out problematic areas without turning into complaints, and it offers you know, a constructive path forward, actually, instead of like, you know, there's a lot of folk that make YouTube content, and it's really funny. There are plenty of them, like It's a Gundam, Critical Drinker, like, you know, they do a really good job of you know, resonating with the audience because they're you know, they're in touch with us basically. And I do respect Critical Drinker more because he's doing fundraisers to start making more stuff, and that's what I'm advocating for. Instead of spending all of that time, first of all, I'm not telling everybody what to do, but personally, instead of spending all that time making a video essay that basically just points out the flaws and complaints, why don't I spend that time making something better, right? So that's what we're doing. And that's the video essay. You know, if I do this video essay right, I could probably even post it on LinkedIn. More work, no comp is relatable as fuck. Oh yeah, absolutely, Phoebus. That's the CYA trick right there. You get done talking to somebody either on Slack or over a video conference or whatever. You send them that email like, hey, so-and-so, it was really great talking with you today. We discussed XYZ and that you would do ABC and I'd do 1, 2, 3. And you said if I got 1, 2, 3 done, you'd give me 1,000 or whatever. And then you just and then you wrap it up with thank you for the conversation. Let me know if you if there's anything else we need to add. And then if they just like don't reply to it or if they reply to it okay, then you've got your matter of record that the conversation happened, they agreed to it, and here you are. I always did that when I was managing vendors for the last company that I was at. Every single time. Anytime I had a conversation with a vendor, they got a follow-up email. And it actually saved my ass a few times. I guess the company's ass a few times, and it wasn't really my ass. Whatever. Man, this is going to be, I'm here. I'm just reading through this essay one more time. I think this, I'm really happy with this. I really don't think there's anything else much to do besides record the stuff and then make a video with, interesting visuals. Yeah, I really like this part. But here's the deeper issue. Who writes the requirements? A CEO or shareholder might define a requirement like must include in-game store with purchasable premium currency. That's because that's the business goal. Revenue first. Meanwhile, a developer or a game designer, someone who actually loves games, would write must have a satisfying core gameplay loop. One is thinking about the investor ROI, the other is thinking about the player's experience. As a gamer, which one do you want writing your game's requirements? That's so good. That's really good. And I think this does a good job of educating too. Educating and bringing awareness. And then the call to action is like, if collectively we as gamers were just like, stop doing waterfall and just everybody adopt agile. Waterfall could work if you're like a one-man team and you're already experienced and you know what you're doing and stuff. I'm not saying that waterfall can't work in certain situations, but it's not for multifaceted, multiple team, multiple department, cross department stuff. No. Yeah, the other thing I see a lot is hybrid models and Franken processes. They just like, it's like they took a project management course on, and then they take different ideas from 3 different methodologies and then build their own thing. And it's like, what is this? Where is the output? It's like there's several things in Scrum and Agile that you were supposed to do that you're not doing. There's a reason you're supposed to do those things. You don't just get to pick and it's a process. You don't just get to pick and choose parts of the process you like. You got to do the whole fucking thing. Within reason. I'm fully aware that every implementation of Agile or Scrum is going to be slightly unique to the situation, and there's not a one-size-fits-all thing, but from a fundamental principle perspective, it should be. Oh yeah, that's the other thing for the story point bids. Yeah, or the great thing I was about before I got laid off. I was working with this one guy who was really great, and then he quit. And then I get paired with this other guy, and he's like, "Hey, let's do Agile," and we're doing Agile, and it's like we met one time in the middle of the week for like an hour, and we didn't have any stand-ups. And there was no project board, and like people call that Agile, and I'm just like, you're just using vocabulary words. Well, and then the project board is also critical too, because it really helps people understand visually what's going on, and to not lead a stand up without showing some sort of project board that people are assigned things. You're not doing Agile. You're not. Like there has to be at least a Kanban board or a Scrum board, depending on which one you're doing. That's why I fantasize about writing a book called Sino instead of Reno. Instead of Republican in name only, it's Scrum in name only. And I can just fill it with like 30 different examples of people like looking at the process and then doing something different for some reason. Or hand waving away. Oh, we don't need to do that. Oh, okay, so you're not tracking your story points, so you'll never learn your team's velocity. Got it. That's funny. Well, what should happen is if you had a project manager worth their salt, they would see that you had those things assigned to you and then call it out in the next stand-up and be like, when do you think you're going to get these done? And try to get a commitment from you. That's what a good project manager would do. Hey, I see you, you're working on these. When do you think you're going to have them ready? About 3 weeks? Need any help? Any other resources to get you through? Is there anything else that you need to prioritize over that? Just basic PM shit. Well, what the hell is a lane doing on the Kanban board that you're not supposed to be working from? Why is it even there? Like, what the hell is the PM doing? Back to the grind. See you, Phoebus. Okay, and then here's the part where I talk about using Agile for everything. And I totally do, because here's the board for my Star Wars fan film. You know, we getting some things done. Ton of stuff on a lot of writing and stuff. the writing's far enough along right now. I don't need to spend time writing. But when we get Coruscant further along, yeah. So the agenda now is I'm gonna try to finish up the Skyrim music video, and then I'm gonna be recording. I need to record the voiceover for this. Just read my lines, and then I need to throw it all in a video editor, and then I need to add visuals to everything I'm saying. And I'm going to do it in like a... Where's that guy? What was his name? Something Broccoli. There it is, Bobby Broccoli. This guy, this guy's got some really. I love his style. He's got some good, puts in some good work. Really has he's really got some great visual aids. So I'm gonna kind of do something like this. He does all this stuff in Blender. Makes like a big collage in Blender, and then see, look, see, that's all nice. This is all done in Blender. See, this looks good. This looks really good. This is it puts in really good effort to that. So I'm trying to think, is there's, I'll have to think about what to do. I don't want to like steal this guy's idea, but I do like the idea of the corkboard. And he uses this in his other. He uses the corkboard in his other videos. He puts a whole different collage and pictures on there. This is really cool. I think he's to be commended. Old footage, yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what I'm all about. Like, I still want to work and do project stuff until maybe one day I'll have things rolling where I can do just video stuff, but I got to get another job. Okay. Let me close some more things here. It's motion matching. Oh, it's all. I'm not. I don't know if I'd be a subject matter expert exactly, spectator, but I actually like project management, so I get like excited about it. I think I like when when you've got like a good team and you're getting shit done. Like that's really awesome. That's what I like to see. Okay, so this is the motion matching stuff. So we're gonna get back to this later. We can close all this stuff because we will get back to Unreal Engine 5 development after the Skyrim music video and the video essay. Yeah, this should save here. So this is to show people what a Gantt chart is. There's my exercise stuff. That's some documentation. Oh, I need to read this. I need to read that documentation. We can close that. Damn it. Okay, that's all my job stuff. Okay, I think I've cleaned up my workspace as much as I can. Okay, I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back. And then we'll switch over to editing the music video some more. All right, let's check out some. Before I get started on the music video, I'm going to eat. I just took some medicine on an empty. I have to take the medicine on an empty stomach, so I need to wait about 15 minutes before I actually start eating. So. 3D printer, motion matching, exercises, final draft, Gantt chart. There we go. Shit.
Hello everyone, welcome back.
Oh, it's over here. That's why I can't find it. All right. Let's Marathon didn't do so good, huh? It seems like it really got panned. Ooh, this is a little clickbaity. I hope you're ready. Industry-wide changes here. Let's see what he's got to say.
Change is actually here. This is the Lenovo Legion Go S, and I mean, man, our video on this thing exploded. But today something fun has happened with that device, a price hike. Daniel Ahmad caught on to this, and here's the damage. This device was announced at $499. Then pre-orders opened at $549 in March, and according to Daniel, who's an analyst who is focused on Asia, so this would be very well within his wheelhouse, the, quote, reciprocal tariffs make it, quote, very likely that that price will increase. Who knows, maybe it could be $599. But in a way, whether it will, whether it won't, or how much the price hike could even be, that is almost the point. Us not knowing is almost the point, because that in itself is impacting the market. Price increases are actually happening, but it's not just for high-end devices, and it's not only for America. Today, you'll learn everything that's going on. I've also got a truly novel experience to share. It's Boot Dev who have sponsored today's video. You see there, you can learn the coding engineering. Okay, so to get things started, I'll use the Legion Go S as our product example. When it was announced in January, there were 10% import tariffs against Chinese imports to the US. That basically meant that for every device imported, a 10% fee had to be paid. Now, to be clear, that 10% is not on your final retail price, it's on the price to import the thing. Though here, what we did see is a $50 price increase after those tariffs increased to 20%. So, 20% tariff led to a $50 price hike. Let's keep that ratio in mind and then apply it to the current tariff regime on non-medical products from China, which is 145%. If that ratio was to hold, you would be looking at a $1,225 increase on any Lenovo Legion Go S that is imported now. Will that price hike happen? I think no, absolutely not. I mean, that price hike would literally kill the product. I think they would sooner just redirect stock to other markets or take a bit of a cut to their margin. It's hard to say, and from the government's end, it's also hard to say. I mean, as I record this, consoles, accessories, and merchandise are subject to the full tariff. Now, PCs and smartphones are technically exempt, but they might end up falling under any new semiconductor tariffs. But really, it is anyone's guess. And if you're going outside of China, well, for anyone else, there's a 90-day 10% tariff, and again after that, it's anyone's guess. Who knows where they will go for various different countries. And that is the real point. Uncertainty is bad for business.
Well, you know, I'm still waiting for you to hear about one way that this could be remedied is they could open up a semiconductor plant in the United States. That's kind of what the tariffs are for.
Hits everyone, and that includes today's second and third targets, Nintendo and Razer. Nintendo have been hit, but they have had some good news. They can now import the Vietnamese-built consoles under the 10% rating, not the 46% that they feared. With that happening, pre-orders are actually now back, and Nintendo have chose to eat the 10% tariff on their console margin, but not on accessories. The accessories have went up $5 to $10. So that's Nintendo, but obviously it's not only Nintendo. Razer have pulled Blade 16 pre-orders from the US market. Now its RRP has been $4,500. I can imagine with its pretty high input costs that the tariffs would be flipping brutal. And then there's Framework. Now, Framework's whole shtick is making consumer-friendly, open, and repairable machines. They do really cool stuff. And with a brand like that, being candid is very advantageous. It's perfectly on message, so they did share a little bit more. Here's what they said. We priced our laptops when tariffs and imports from Taiwan was 0%. At 10% tariff, we would have to sell the lowest SKUs at a loss. Other consumer goods makers have performed the same calculations and taken the same actions, though most have not been open about it. Yes, so they're implying that there's a lot of impact here. It's just the sort of impact that we're not really seeing because it's not being publicized. If a product that was going to go on sale is just pulled from sale, but you never knew about it, then guess what? You don't know about it. Now, of course, whenever the Taiwanese imports fell to 10%, Framework were able to restore some products, but not all, because some systems have got parts that are made in China. So expect to see more of this. Right now, if you're in the US, you're being shielded because there are existing stockpiles that are already in the country, and then loads of companies have done rush orders. What that means is you are going to feel the impacts much more on newer products. I mean, take one example, the NVIDIA 5060 cards. We've yet to see how that will fully play out. Now, NVIDIA told PC Gamer, quote, there's not a whole lot we can do about tariffs, and that they will work with their partners to get these out at a reasonable price, which we are doing. Which, you know, is fair, that's well and good. But the end results are always going to be raised prices from where they could be. That much is obvious because a market inefficiency has been introduced. There is no way that you are going to escape that because, well, that's kind of how markets work. Now, if you thought that you could avoid all of this by being outside the US, good news. You can think again. PlayStation just hiked prices in much of the world. So digital consoles cost £40 and €50 more in the UK and EU, and both editions are up again in Australia and New Zealand. They're up 80 and 130 Aussie dollars and 150 and 210 Kiwi dollars, which is pretty bloody rough. And per Sony, this is because of a, quote, challenging economic environment, including high inflation and fluctuating exchange rates. Which, to be fair to them, is kind of true. Basically, a weak yen and inflation across the manufacturing process combined with already razor-thin margins. And we know, but we can also infer that those margins are razor-thin, because this is a console generation that has seen far less deep discounting than the previous console gen. We are just not seeing the deals that we saw with the Xbox One and the PS4. I mean, it's actually been the opposite. 2022 saw a £30 and €50 increase for UK and Europe. And certainly I do think, at least with Sony though, Xbox's weakness has all but killed any appetite that PlayStation would have for sacrificing margin to gain market share. Because, they already have all that market share. Microsoft flubbed it. But you've probably noticed something though. All those price increases are outside of America. Yes, they're not US price hikes. You might be wondering how. You might be wondering why. Well, the inflation argument is likely true. But PlayStation, you have to remember, are working within a global market. It's not like America will just be its own little bubble. Sony can effectively subsidize the potential tariff increases in one territory by closing currency conversion gaps in other territories. And that's especially relevant in a world of region-free consoles, which of course is the world that Sony are operating in. If currencies are in your favor, you can just import a console and save a shitload of money. And I'm really not making this up. The Switch 2 is actually amazing proof of this. Japan's much discounted Switch 2 is a region-locked model. It's 49,980 yen. And that price is actually sticker shocking Japanese consumers, even though at the time it equated out to $330, which is a lot less than the Switch 2 base price in the US, though that $330 is now more like $350 because the US dollar has, of course, relatively weakened in that currency pair. Anyway, there is another factor with the PS5. That factor is timing. PS5 has only just begun to outpace the relative PS4 sales, but something's about to happen, and that something is called GTA 6. So if there ever was a time to lock in your prices that include a decent margin, it is now, before GTA. And as both the Switch 2 and the PS5 show, it's not just a US thing. I know a lot of us are PC gamers here, so let's take a step back. Say you don't want new hardware and you're not planning on buying physical games. I mean, there's no tariffs in Steam, so surely we're golden, we're fine, right? No, absolutely not. There's a expectancy, number one, of some form of global recession from all of the uncertainty and the trade changes. That means less funding for all developers, especially indies. That means fewer games, and it means fewer games that are different. By different, I mean new IP, unproven ideas. And I have first-person accounts of this from people I know who went to this year's GDC to do business, saw all the different publishers. And I can add to that, of course, the wealth of devs, publishers, and analysts who are reporting on this as well. That is happening. There is less money on all sides, and that does include margin-friendly nice-to-haves, or maybe things that would be used to creep up the margin a bit. I mean, where is merchandise made? Where are collector's editions made? You've got a global economy that is built on exploiting the cheap industrial capacity of Southeast Asian nations. And I mean, beyond merch, consider card games and board games. Helldivers has a board game. Riot has got a card game. Those will be massively impacted because almost all board games are made in China. Trust me, I actually looked into making board games in UK and US. Holy shit, it is expensive. Like, so expensive that people would literally just not buy the box set. And I mean, we all know how expensive board games can be as it is, even with those economies of scale. So it's pretty rough. And of course, if some manufacturing capacity was to appear or to increase in, say, US and UK, well, the incumbents would be the people able to eat up all of that capacity, making it vastly harder for newcomers to enter and disrupt that market. So what's going to happen? Will the price of collector's editions go up? I mean, in a way, I'd say yes. In another way, I'd say no, not just that. Collector's editions don't exist in a bubble. They've got a purpose, right? They are high margin in order to increase the overall margin of the product line. But there's only so much demand elasticity. If you keep on just passing all those prices to the consumer, you'll eventually get to the stage where it's now too niche of a product. A business will still want to optimize their average sale price. They'll still want to do everything they can to get revenue up. That is, after all, the purpose of a collector's edition. And so if we move into an environment where the unit economics just don't support things like collector's editions, then we can expect to see digital price increases, more advanced access things, more cosmetics. Indeed, we're already seeing funky stuff between digital and physical pricing. But with all this, if there's one thing that I would just personally implore you to think about the most out of anything everything I have said, expect the vast majority of these changes to happen silently without your overt knowledge. We will not know what price a new game would have been in another timeline, so we cannot run that comparison. We only have the timeline that we've got. We only have the market that we have got. And that means that things could have went in a different way and better way with, say, some game pricing and some business model stuff, but we will never know that because the market that would have allowed for that is not the market that we have. It's the kind of thing we're looking at the state of the industry. Well, with physical products becoming a less reliable revenue source, digital will be the comparatively more reliable one. That's where, of course, investment will go, because reliability is good in business. And what will that do? That will accelerate many of the trends that this channel grapples with. Be that your advanced early access, all the fun forms of price laddering and upsells, etc., advertisements in games, those are the things that will increase and increase and increase as the unit economics gets worse from just selling a game, selling merch for a game, or hardware. That slack will need to be picked up somewhere else. Expect it to be ads, expect it to be business model, expect it to be prices. And perhaps most of all, for the strategic mega minds in gaming, expect more user-generated content. Whenever I say that, what do you think of? You think of Fortnite, you think of Roblox, maybe Minecraft. Well, think about mods, because the role of mods is changing, and you can learn about that. Let's begin with a spot of roleplay. Imagine this scenario. You get back from work, you launch your game, you hop onto Discord to play with your friends, and suddenly you are stopped. You're stopped by a pop-up, and the pop-up is asking for your passport or a video of your face. Why? Well, because Discord does not trust you to tell the truth about not being a child. Being real, people lie about age in apps all the time, so yeah, they're kind of right not to trust. And very powerful people are currently brandishing pointy sticks at them. And when I say pointy stick, think 10% of global revenue. That is literally one of the fines that they could be facing if this stuff cocks up. And the thing is, it's live right now. This is currently happening for some Discord users in the UK and Australia. Rightly, some people are worried about this. As a piece of news, it's concerning. I mean, hey, one of the reasons why, I'm very happy to work with brands like Incogni in our videos is data security. It's a legit problem. But this is just one of the many things happening at the firm. And of all of the things happening at Discord, there is one that, in my view, drives everything the most. And it may even be the reason why their CEO just stepped down. Don't worry, I'm not going to bog you down with backstory, just the essentials and the new update. There is a broad belief from multiple rounds of reporting that Discord plans to go public and is actively engaging with banks to fund going public. This is what is called an IPO. So this would be a big payday for people with stock in the company, like the founders, like leadership, investors, and indeed employees, especially earlier employees. Now, this gives Discord a massive incentive for that IPO to go well. And this is why you see ads. It's why you see the store and a lot of other plays that they're doing. And per this story that just broke, it is why founder Jason Citron is stepping down as CEO in favor of the former Activision Blizzard chief financial officer. Yes. I think we know that's a move made for the market. So with that lovely knowledge in mind, let us proceed. And I'll start by why people are right to be worried fundamentally. I do not like my passport being hoovered up. You probably don't like it either. We always hear about the absolute scourge on the universe that scamming is. It's a massive issue. When you go and look at the data of actual farms and basically the way that people used to farm WoW gold, now they farm gold IRL, and it used to only be pensioners who are being scammed. That is no longer the case. People are rightly concerned about this shit. Now, in terms of big data breaches, Discord are actually far from the worst companies out there. Their largest was 180 users, but look, that shit's gonna happen. It's a valid concern. Doubly so if the app has just asked you for your government-issued ID. A lot of people, especially Discord, would say, but actually that's done with a third party. I know, but we're talking about why people are worried. People will be worried the second they say, "Can I have your passport, please?" They will, at that point, be worried and therefore will not be listening to the nerdy details of why it's actually all okay, and a lot of other things that I'll get to soon that are spicy, actually. But it's not just breaches. We're in an era where bodies like Nintendo and the US music industry are subpoenaing Discord to get user data in support of lawsuits that they would like to bring. Add to that content scraping, third-party plugin breaches, and you've got a really fair-ass fear, especially when it seems to be a company in the middle of an IPO-friendly glow-up, which does make it feel like this is being done for the wrong reason. But this video is not a quick look at the sky and go I'm not going to do a big man Tyrone on you. I don't have it in my tubes anymore. But the point is, right, this is not just a quick rage bait video. We dug around because I want you to know why this is actually happening. The real story is far more goddamn fascinating. So now, let's learn what you will be asked to share and the real reason why Discord needs, and I say needs, to implement this, from their own perspective at least. Because when I said people are brandishing pointy sticks at them, yeah, they really are. So we're all on the same level. This is how it works. If you're in the test population trying to access age-restricted content, you naughty old dog, will spark this pop-up. You'll have two options then. One, to record a short video of your face. Two, to submit a picture of your ID. Either way, an automated system will determine your age. If you pass, you'll get in. You'll be able to enjoy whatever it is you do. And Discord will flag you as being an age-verified user. If you don't, you don't. And according to Discord, it's essentially a black box. They will never actually see it. Your photo or video will never be retained by them. And of course they would say that, and immediately I think we can hear the universe shout back, really? That would be lovely, but how can I be sure? Okay. Now I'll explain how this whole shebang works. So, Discord doesn't have your files. Discord definitely won't want your files. I'll get to that soon. And they're not the people who are actually doing the verification here. This is all done with a third-party service provider, and it's an extremely heavily regulated field. Whenever I say that, I'm mostly talking about, well, one example is GDPR, and that's more than just an annoying pop-up. Compliance breach fines are huge. One single loss in Ireland cost Meta 1.2 billion euro. The 5 next ones on Meta in Ireland, because, you know, obviously they run a lot of stuff from our neck of the woods, well, cost them 405 million euro, 390 million euro, 265 million euro, and 251 million euro. That's quite a lot of money. But this isn't just GDPR, and age gating is actually a whole other thing. As an example, companies operating in the United States are subject to a law called COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and to greatly simplify a very big law, this means that Discord needs to collect parental consent to collect data from children under the age of 13. That is why Discord bans anyone under the age of 13 and has to review to make sure that no children use their service. So basically, these services are walking a tightrope. They have to check the details of these scans to verify ages. But if a child provides them with information, such as to verify the age stuff, they can't legally retain that information. And that's why Discord partners with the likes of KID and Verated, essentially companies that act as a black box that will spit back to Discord a simple yes, no. You know, is verified, is not verified. That's all the Discord ends up seeing, and that means the Discord has got no data to store. Unless, obviously, something went horrendously wrong and was stupidly architected.
Okay, this is all pretty self-explanatory. They have to bend over backwards to comply with EU law. And that's gonna cost Discord more money to be in compliance, so they're gonna have to sell more stuff to be able to pay the money to be in compliance. So I guess the monetization of Discord will only become more. I'm still letting my food settle. I want to check out this latest video. Oh, I posted it 29 minutes ago. EA is cooked. Let's see. EA hasn't been doing too good, huh? A lot of flops. Oops.
Massive round of layoffs in the games industry. But, well, suffice to say, this one is going to teach us a lot. The biggest headline is that Respawn right now are suffering, and they're suffering for EA's failures. They've taken the brunt of the latest round of layoffs, 100 staff are gone, 2 projects are cancelled, and I'm sad to say that a third Titanfall game was being tested.
Yeah, see, I'm not the only one getting laid off. It's happening across all these industries.
But now it's dead. Though, rumors did say it was an extraction shooter because, hey, it is modern era. Anyway, It's easy to look at this and to point at Apex's recently botched monetization and all the player distrust as the primary reason, and I'm sure that all plays a role, but it's far from the main role, and a lot of people would look at, say, Veilguard. But for all of the chatter that Veilguard's underperformance generated, it is but a drop in the ocean. Seriously. Today, we're going to learn why public companies suck with just about the perfect working example, and, well, it's grim, it's spicy. I hope you enjoy. Now, I don't know about you, but I spent a lot of hours sitting. I had been hunting for a chair to replace my busted old IKEA Marcus, and that is where the C7 Max had warranty. To set the scene, EA's last quarter did not go well. Now, as we covered in the channel, Dragon Age underperformed, right? It totally did. BioWare was then gutted of all but a skeleton crew while they worked on the next Mass Effect game. But the real story was elsewhere. EA's yearly revenue forecast dropped from $7.5 billion to $7 billion, and that was driven by their worst-case nightmare. Madden, college football, and EA Sports FC all underperformed. And that truly is a disaster. With that announcement, investors decided to take their money elsewhere. EA's market value fell by a cool $6 billion, and while the stock price later increased, it did not reach last year's highs. So, EA looked weak. What EA needed was a win, and they actually got one in the form of Split Fiction. But here's the thing, right? Split Fiction's success barely scratches the surface, and that's why EA needed, from their perspective anyway, to take out the cleaver. Here's the damage. 300 to 400 staff are being cut, 100 of which are at Respawn, and Respawn said that these are targeted team adjustments. I'm not going to bother repeating the rest of their statement here because it's mostly just ghoulish corporate speak that essentially says nothing. Now, what we can gather online is that both Apex Legends and the Jedi teams have been hit. And the core idea here, right, is that Respawn needs to focus, that they have got to do more with less. And that means the next Jedi game needs to raise the bar while staff on it are laid off. And if Jedi Survivor's launch taught us anything, it's that raising the bar is kind of hard and can just make your game break. Apex faces the same as well, by the way, so somehow they've got to make Apex go up even though they've just taken hits. But the real hit is actually to Respawn's future. So 2 in-development projects are cancelled here. One of them was Titanfall, okay? And I know, Titanfall 3 is something we all want, but per Jeff Grubb's sources, it actually wasn't Titanfall 3. It was a incubation project, a true incubation project, so not something that was greenlit, but it was overseen by Steve Fukuda. And now, Steve is kind of relevant here. He's a fairly big name. He directed Titanfall, so you'd expect him to be the kind of guy working on the big new thing. And what they were doing was exploring new gameplay systems, new ideas, and Bloomberg then suggested that it was an extraction-based game. So who knows, maybe there's a universe where Marathon Hyenas and Titanfall the Extraction game were all fighting with each other. Ouch. And look, I imagine they were trying to cook in some way, but right now we just don't know much about the game. Regardless though, it's dead, and it's not really unexpected, right? Prototypes die all the time. This was not a full greenlit production. It wasn't a whole new story game. It was a test, I suppose, of using the Titanfall IP so that it could exist. They could do something with it. Now, there is another dead project. Sadly, we have no idea what that is. If you do know what it is, well, you know that we have a tips email address and you can send an email there. I'd be very happy to read it. But there's actually quite a bit more to these layoffs. Even just by the numbers, the ones impacting Respawn are but a fraction of the total. One question: how short notice are these layoffs? It's a fun one because Apex Legends actually revealed a new hero one day before the layoff. The hero didn't even come out. It was announced, and then bam, the person's lost their job. So far, we've seen level designers, dialogue editors, QA, and more be impacted, but that's just within Respawn. Remember, they're only 100 of the 300 to 400 total, and the wider layoffs seem particularly player-facing, so stuff you'll notice. IGN is reporting that the customer experience team, the marketing team, and other support roles are the remainder of the bottom estimate, 200 people who are being impacted here. Now, it is said that they'll be given an opportunity to apply for other roles in the company, but let's be real for a second. If you are multilingual customer support, are you really going to get rehired when EA could, they think anyway, just as easily outsource or replace with an LLM? And look, this is not me being a Luddite, right? Saying that, oh, we should decrease innovation to maximize labor. I'm not saying that. I mean, look, for fuck's sake, I'm a lifelong science fiction fan and generally an optimist. But here's why I don't see the LLM stuff as a panacea in instances like this. Number one, they're early. we've all had experiences of bad customer support chatbots. Number two, and most importantly, they're being done fast and for the wrong reason. They're not being done as a way to use new technology to make for a better customer experience. It's all about, well, cost. And in this case, it's not cost in a vacuum. Oh no. This is cost in the context of bad quarterly earnings. And, well, we really do know it's hasty. If that thing about the Apex Rider is just a little anecdote, what makes it abundantly clear is exactly how screwed Electronic Arts is. EA are off the back of weak earnings, and their next earnings call is on the 6th of May. Now, it's going to cover fiscal year 2025, and in it, Andrew Wilson and his executive team are going to tell investment groups all about the company's year and whether they've met their already reduced targets. And that begs a question: will they? Well, in quarter three, bookings were down across all platforms and game types. EA predicted low double-digit growth in global football, and for just this quarter, they expected declines of 13 to 4% across all fields year over year. And that's even with Split Fiction being a massive success. But remember, May the 6th has not happened yet, but these layoffs have just happened. Now, the May 6th report is not just for Q4, it's for the entire year. And in it, they'll have to give guidance for the next year. EA cannot scrape by here. They need to put on a show of financial prudence to please investors. Customer experience is the sort of thing that does not make direct, instant profits. Incubation projects are money pits that don't have guaranteed returns. So they're the things that are easy cuts on a balance sheet. Apex isn't trending up, so its team size is trending down. That can make financial sense. In one sense, not exactly one that knows much about games, them being good and what causes them to grow, but, in the business management sense. Now, this is all quite grim. But what if I told you that it's actually even worse? Okay, so EA's next 12 months is set to include Battlefield, with a rumored free-to-play component, as well as the free-to-play Skate game. Then there's The Sims, which is continuing its business model shift, but really, what I'm here to tell you is that none of that stuff particularly matters. At least, none of it matters as much as sports, and sports are in more trouble than most people realize. So first off, the Madden series is finally dropping the PS4 and the Xbox One. Now, EA's big hope here is that audiences will shift over to the new consoles. Now, here's the thing. This channel appeals to enthusiasts. So the idea of, like, you or me, I don't know, using an ancient console at under 30 FPS, that might be absolute insane heresy. But the reality is the PS4 is still fairly huge. PS5 has only just surpassed its sales curve, and that's with the Xbox Series performing worse than the Xbox One, set of consoles. And that does show stagnation. So right now, there's about 120 million lifetime sale PS4s and about 75 million PS5s. There are tens of millions who have not switched, and if any group was to not make a console upgrade, I'd say it's probably the more casual sports audiences. But then there's EA Sports FC, formerly known as FIFA. It was already facing microtransaction slowdowns. If it also drops last-gen support, I think that would certainly hurt. I have to wonder if losing the FIFA name recognition would, hurt it in the most casual audiences. And the thing is, that's just the two established sports games. The next college football game went up for pre-orders recently, which probably is good for money, but college football, its initial release, was astoundingly powerful. It sold so many goddamn copies. Basically propped up game industry stats, it sold that well. But that's because it was new. People had not had college football in that way before. So will just another entry, will that really outpace the sales of College Football 25? I would bet no. And in a way, this all speaks to a deep systemic issue. You and I likely look at this and think, okay, so clearly you need your products to do better, and your response has been to pull resources away from the ones that work. Well, that's actually the thing. There's a reason why EA would do this, and it's simple. They're incentivized to do so. EA is judged on both profit and growth. So if you want a stock to go up fast, well, you convince the market that it's a growth stock. And what's most frustrating here, and makes it all make sense, is that sports is not paying the price for the failures of sports. And that is in spite of the company literally being restructured to stop sports from carrying everyone else. When we last talked about EA, we used the metaphor of pillars holding the company up. You've got games like The Sims, Apex Legends, and then you've got the sports titles. And that's not really just a metaphor, because EA is actually two pillars, quite literally its company structure. There's EA Entertainment, which includes Apex, The Sims, Battlefield, Star Wars, and others, and then you've got EA Sports, which is all the sports. Now, this corporate split was meant to drive growth, the idea basically being that both companies could flourish on their own without, to put it simply, the vibes and incentives and timings of one toppling the other. Now, did it also mean that entertainment could no longer hide their significantly less profitable single-player games under the profit margins of sports? Yes, it did. But in theory anyway, it meant that each group could stand on its own. However, reality is not bearing that theory out, and this is what really sucks. The pillars are actually toppling each other. So yes, Apex is weak, but it's sports that's got the market scared. It's sports that's having the major financial impact. And look, understandably so, sports is the money-making machine here, the absurd one. With those games, EA had an unimpeachable business model that lasted decades and literally made them one of the biggest players in the industry. I mean, right now, they basically get to run a series of gacha games with progress being reset every year that are bought for full price. That's mad! Yeah, any bad news there is going to sting. Any sign of weakness, therefore, is existential to the company's story. And sadly, we're seeing that sports is not paying the price for its failure. Because sure, Apex is down, and if it's down, cut the team, whatever. You and I, right, we might scream about short-sightedness, but you could at least see a logic there. What's telling is that logic has not been applied to sports. Sports is the major downturn, and at least from what we can see, per developers and etc., it's not sports that's taking the hit. It's EA Entertainment and EA's customer service and marketing that are taking the hit. And
it sounds like they want to keep spending their money on the sports stuff and keep doing that to release the virtually the same product every other year. But it sounds like people aren't making the switch to new consoles. There's not enough value proposition for people to want to do that. And then I know I got a buddy who likes to play COD, and he says that they actually there's performance issues because there's like cross-platform play with people that still have the old PlayStation, and then the people that actually got the new one. So that sounds like a mess.
Unlike with, say, the whole, Vince Zampella-led fixing of Battlefield, it seems that EA does not have a big public plan to buttress sports, and that could have dire consequences for the future.
No, why would they? They've been doing the same thing for the last 25 years. Like, they were releasing, Madden 95, Madden 96, Madden 97, like, They've been doing it for a long time, so it doesn't surprise me that they don't have a plan, because they've had a formula that has worked and earned them money for this long.
If there's anything that reeks of desperation,
and I wonder what's changing though. Is it just like people aren't getting the new console? Are people like finally starting to get? No, there's people that buy the sports games every year. Maybe that demographic is starting to change their mind.
It's this. Companies being fast and loose with business models in a way that pisses off players. We saw them do that with Apex Legends, and we're actually seeing that happen to the sports games. EA just introduced its first paid battle pass for EA Sports FC Ultimate Team. Lovely. And it's hard to read that decision as anything other than the panicked introduction of new monetization to cover a shortfall that we literally know exists because they reported it in their financials. Now, for that audience, I'd say it would likely work in the short term. That could give a last, moment to bump up the revenue for a game that will help EA cross the financial line next week in their earnings call and will maybe help their future predictions. But what it very much seems to be is a reaction, not a plan. I think the timing makes that obvious. And we've got to ask, when that model starts to dip in revenue, what will come next? Do we get Black Cell style passes? Do we get something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, they could be like a self-fulfilling destructive prophecy. Like they're not making enough money, so they put some more microtransaction stuff in the next game, and then that pisses people off, and less people buy the game, and then they put even more of it in because there's less people buying the game.
Oh, but it does seem like
that doesn't seem good.
A weird race to the bottom of just desperation. None of this seems to be sustainable. That's because EA's plan was to coast on their sports games forever. They're not opposed to making interesting games, good games, narrative games. Every year, EA do throw a bone out to that world. This year it was Split Fiction, which was fantastic. Next year, well, there's a single-player Star Wars strategy game called Zero Company. I wouldn't have seen EA do something like that, which is neat. And look, you've got Battlefield, you've got Skate. If those work, well, that will help out Apex. But if the sports games are not making the money they need to, and EA doesn't have a way to fix that, everyone is going to suffer. And this story today is a prime example of that, of how the quarterly incentives of a public company are not in the best interest of players, and of course I would even argue of their own shareholders in the long term. And if you want another story along those lines, watch this video next, because Discord seems to be about to go public.
Okay. So that was good. Lunch break's over. Let me get rid of that bio thing. All right. Okay, so now we got to do some Skyrim music video, and I was trying to get some kill cam shots with magic, but I ran into some trouble last time because they don't have a high level character. And the high level character doesn't do enough damage. The low level character doesn't do enough damage to the mob. So maybe let's load it up and let's go to the QA smoke area and see if we can get like a magic staff that does a buttload of damage. I think the staff's spell power is different from the person wielding it. Okay, we'll work out and we'll do some exercises in 2 hours. So we'll put in a nice little chunk of time here. Still waiting for the game to load. What happened? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, all right, we're loaded. All right, let's do this. It's got to load 4,000 mods. It's going to take a minute. Okay, I keep reminding myself I've done a good job of the job hunting today. I'm so anxious about it. Well, it's Friday, so I'll call the recruiters on Monday where I applied to all those jobs, and then I'll apply for like 5 more jobs and just keep that ball rolling. I'm bound to find a gig somewhere. Still loading. That's the one drawback to this. It just takes forever to load. So if I crash, it's a big pain. Whew. Any minute now. There we go. Iron bind borrow. Okay. Let's load this up and see what we can do. Okay. Cat. Let's see what Farengar's got real quick. Where is he? They're eating. Well, I don't know where the guy that sells the stuff is. Is he sleeping? No. Well, I guess I don't know. Let's just go to QA smoke. COC QA smoke. QA stands for quality assurance, and smoke stands for smoke test. So that's some software verbiage there for you. Software development verbiage. Miscellaneous items, books, spell tomes, bound dagger. Let me find those staves. All ingredients, all scrolls, all potions, all ammo, all standard weapons, all enchanted weapons. Hey Swanty, welcome to the stream. We just got done with the job hunting. I've applied to a bunch of places today. Submitted like 10 applications. Trying to submit 5 every day. And on Monday, I'm going to call up the recruiting. There's a recruiting agency. I've been to their website and I've applied to like 10 different jobs on there. So I'm going to reach out to them first thing on Monday and ask them what the next steps are. See what they have to say. We'll also continue to apply into other jobs. And there's another website, Dice, that I need to sign up for. Phoebus recommends it as a good place to upload a techie resume in the IT industry. Okay, well that's just orcish stuff. There's soul gems. Oh, here we go. Staff of Chain Lightning, maybe. Let's take that one. Staff of Flames. Fury, Healing Hand, Ice Spike. Ooh, Staff of Lightning Bolt. Let's do that one. Oh, that's called Staff of Wall. Staff of Bolt. Staff of Sparks. Okay, let's figure something out real quick. I'm trying to make a Skyrim music video. To do this, I am using the console command to teleport me around to the different scenes. I'm only level 1. I need to get footage of a Draugr getting killed, and the kill cam proc going off. When I try to set the HP value of the Draugr, I set it to 5, but the problem is it stays at 5. It does not go down. I think maybe I could use a staff that casts the spell, because maybe it will be more powerful. What can I do to increase my chances of success of getting this footage? Okay. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, make yourself strong and the Draugr weak. Staff of Fireballs. Summon Draugr. Make the Draugr passive optional for setup. Weaken the Draugr's health not set. Locks the permanent value instead use. Get AV info health. Damage. Actor value health 90. Deal 90 HP damage. let's try it. Player dot set av space destruction 100. Okay, good. One hand. Two-handed. Marksman. And then Magica. Okay. All right. Okay, now we don't have any perk points. And I'm level 50 up here, okay. All right, let's just save this real quick. Okay. Grab a soul gem to recharge it. Okay, that's good.
This one needs something.
Okay. Iron bind borrow. Okay. Iron what? Iron bind borrow. Okay, let's go ahead and toggle God mode. Okay, so I don't forget. And now let's go to COC, done, iron, bind, borrow, 01. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try it without the 01. That didn't work either. Okay. Let's use this. Teleport sheet. Iron bind borrow right there. There we go. Okay. All right. Toggle AI. Okay, so we just toggled all the AI folk off. So we should be able to open this. Go right here. Okay, good. This is the scene. This is what I want. Now let's check. What were those instructions again? Weaken the jogger's health, but not with set av. Actor value, health 90. Okay, so I do this. Whoops. Here. Okay, and that says current value 500. So how about I do 495 damage. Okay, so 495. So damage, actor, value, health, 490. Perfect. Okay, now let's make sure that the what's it called again? Violence? Violence, yeah. There we go. Okay, kill moves. Kill move chance 10%. Dragon kill move. Okay, so this is all turned on. Player kill move immunity. Last enemy restriction. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start recording. So let me do, let's hide the agenda for now. And there we go. Let's hide that. And then let's start recording. Well, actually, let me get them to aggro me first. Oh, he's like hurt. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're recording. Let's go. Let's wait for all this to pass. Okay, great. Now let's toggle AI. Okay, good. Okay. Oh no, let's keep, yeah, there we go. Oh, come on now. Glitching out on me like that. All right, now. Toggle AI. Oh. Okay. Okay, so the AI's back on. Oh, toggle free count. And now these guys are like frozen. All right, well, let me stop recording. Something weird's going on here. Oh, I wasn't recording. Okay, well, that's great. Okay, maybe we can kill this guy right here. So let's just see if we can kill one of them. There we go. Now they're doing shit. Okay. Okay. Actor value, health. Okay, so here. Damage. Actor, value, health. Which one are we on? This guy? So let's do 100. Okay, good, got him. Let's do the same thing for this guy. Oh shit, that killed him, damn it. Here. Okay, well that's doing a little bit of damage. There. Do it again. Do it again. There we go. Alright, now, here goes nothing. Nope, still can't get a kill cam. Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay, so it can be done. Okay, let's reload this. Get out of here. Oh, Skyrim. Oh, Todd Howard. What would we do without you, Todd Howard? What would we do indeed? It's like glitched out. Processing is on. Hey, there we go. Come on, wake up. Let's just kill this guy. Oh wait, we can do this much faster. Oh, see, that one looked good because he's glitched out through the thing. Oh, that's foobar. That's really foobar. I think what happened was I had AI toggled off and then I loaded the thing. So let me just reload the level with the AI still on. Oh, he's really glitched out, huh? All right, fine. Load. Let's go back here. And we'll just keep backing up. Okay, and then we've got magic. I got skills right there. Okay, good. Yeah, it's got all the level up stuff, so that's good. That'll work. Let's go to COC iron find RO01. Okay. All right, let me, before we go any further, let's just save right here. Okay, good. So, let me toggle off the AI. There we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this guy, let's do, okay, got him. So he's got a 500, so we want to do 400. And then what's your value? 500 again, so you do 400 damage to that one. Okay. So now everyone's been damaged. We got everything buffed up. Let's try this again. So we're recording. AI's back on. Menus are hidden. All right, here goes. Okay, and like I'm not doing damage all of a sudden? See, this is the problem with the console. Things just get wonky. Alright, let's make sure everything's still on. Let's try to load fresh. Okay, let me stop recording really quick. Wow, it's still attacking. All right, so it just this is what happens when you run too many console commands. So let's load. Let's load back here. And if it still glitches out, we'll reload the game. Teleport. It's down here. Okay, good. Okay, got some damage on him. And now some damage on you. Oh, that just killed him. Damn it. I was clicked the wrong one. Okay, is that at least doing damage? Yeah, something's buggy. We gotta reload the whole thing. Let's quit. We can probably just do the main menu. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, so let's load. Not there. Yeah, show me what you got over here. Oh, that's a great picture. All right. Yeah, things are still a little foobar. Okay, so there are those two. All right, let's try to record again. All right. Toggle off the menus. There we go. And it's not doing any damage to him. Okay, so we just got to reload the whole thing. We got to quit. And we're going to reload it. BRB bio while this loads up. Oh, I'm still recording. Stop recording. All right, there we go. All right, be right back. It's still loading up. Let's see how this one does. I think what happens is it's just you use too many console commands and it just breaks the game. Let me turn on God mode. Here we go. All right. So I'm just going to open this up. Okay. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. There we go. Freeze them. Oh. Okay. What did I press? Okay, I don't know how where these came from. All right, as off toggle. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? And I don't have access to the console. What the hell is going on? What did I press? I wish I knew what I pressed so I don't do that again. I fat fingered something and I'm screwed. Oh my god. All right, we're literally gonna have to force quit it. That's wild. We're pretty close. There's a couple more shots we got to get. These are the more complex one. I'm trying to get kill cam of a mage kind of doing a bunch of lightning on a Draugr. I think it'll look really cool if I can get the kill cam to go. And I'm just having the hardest time. I think the thing is just like, I'm running too many console commands. It's breaking things. Like my character's technically level 1, even though it says level 50. When I was doing this a long time ago, I would do it from one of my character Skyrim saves, and the character was already like level 40 or something, so it didn't run into this problem before. But we've got enough commands to where we could probably get all their health down to like the danger zone and then finish them off with the lightning spell and get the kill cam to trigger. Just gotta reload things. In fact, what I'm gonna do, yeah, we'll load from the QA smoke place. Let me go get some nicotine. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go again. We're going to load from QA smoke. And if we still have problems after that, we'll have to back up, because I remember I saved it after I ran a bunch of console commands, so maybe that's having a factor. Let's start from here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and toggle on God mode. Okay. And then we're going to go into Iron Bide. Godwin was already on, right? Yeah. There we go. Oh, summon more, yeah. Perfect. Uh-oh. There we go. That's a good shot right there. Put your hand back down. There we go. That's better. I like that. Like backing up from it. Okay. Okay. Let me do some more work first before we start going crazy. Here we are. This guy. I'm like, oh, it's because I must be inside the fire mesh. There we go. Okay, so he's got 500 health, so damage, actor, value, health, 400. Got it. Okay, what about this guy? How much health he got? 500. So do 400 to him. Oh no, did that kill him? Oh, it's because he was like a summon or something. Okay. Well, let's see if we can't get some footage here and move on. Let me hide the agenda. Let me hide the webcam. Let's start recording. I'm here. This is the guy I should probably try attacking. Toggle menus. There we go. There's one shot. Okay. Got it. Now, toggle AI back on. Here goes nothing. All right. Oh, no, no, don't mess up the shot. Damn it. Okay, well, that was one. What's his health? So this guy, that Draugr right there. Let's do tree fitty. Okay, there we go. Oh, toggle the menus again. There we go. What's this one? How much health you got? You got 500. So if we do get info, 400, boom, damage done. All right, toggle the menu again. Now let's get this guy. Nope. What about this guy? He's got 500, so do 400. Oh, toggle menu. There we go. Just a little kill cam, please. Let's just keep going. We gotta get one of these. Health. Current value 785. 700. There we go. Toggle menu. Fight. There we go. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get the other one too. How much health he got? His current value is 338. Toggle menu. Good. 2 kill cams. Oh, now let's put him like right here. Oh, he's getting shot with arrows. That's not helping. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, we're done. Finally. Okay. 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 Let's stop the recording. Okay. Here we go. Now, where is that latest footage? It's probably right here. Start recording. I'm here. Let's get. Okay, this is the one. Jogger, kill cams, and there's another one that kind of set it up really good. I got some really good slow-mo stuff. Okay, that doesn't have anything good. What about this one? Recording. No, this is all fight stuff. Didn't get that done. Let's kill that. What about this one? Okay, this is some good slow-mo stuff. Let's do Draugr stills. Okay. Let's cut that. Video projects. Skyrim project. Paste that in there. Media pool. Interesting. It's got a little letterboxing. Okay, and that doesn't have any letterboxing? I wonder, how's that scan? Is it because the menu? No, there's letterboxing. What the hell's going on? Letterboxing is that those black bars at the bottom and the top. Okay, that's typically a resolution issue. All right, so here's the stills. Let's unlink these clips. Well, I don't know why there's an FPS counter up there, but I guess we can work around it. Okay. Here's the stills. All right, so let's chop through this. Yeah, let's do that one. Oops. Okay, now where's the, let's move all these over here. Whoops. What the hell was that? Damn. Okay. And then stills, and then a kill cam. Okay, he didn't get the kill cam. Keep going. Am I still running commands? What's going on here? Fuck. All right, let's do here. There it is. Okay, there's the kill cam. Got that over here. Hey, happy Friday, Yar Priest. How you doing? It's been a good day. I applied to a bunch of different jobs, and we're finally getting the jogger footage that I wanted. I'm actually just chopping it down to see how it looks in the timeline now. I got another kill cam in here, I think. Oh, there we go. There's another kill cam right there. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, here's all the joggers. Okay, good. So this is all the footage that we can probably use. Okay, let me take these and cut them. And let's go over here. All right, let's see what we got. All right. Okay. Let's click here and paste. Well, what's all that? Did you mess anything up? Okay. I think I should move all this down further. one doesn't do too good. Let's do change the play speed. Let's make it 50. Okay, let me just save. I think we've got something here. I think we're close. I don't want this fight scene to run too long, so I'm going to put some cinematic stuff over here. What looks really good. This one does. Come on. All right, let's see that. Okay, let's do. Wait. Thanks, Sharpist. Sorry, I was focused on the video. Semi AFK in chat. It's all good, man. Thanks for giving me a heads up. Come on now. Why aren't you doing the markers? Oh, it's because it's down here. Okay. Okay, here. I want you to do it here. Okay, now let's try that again. Start here and drag this all the way back out. We're going to re-chop it up. We got lots of time, don't we? Yeah, we got nice long. Okay, and it stops right there. Right there. Okay, that's as long as it goes. Got it. Okay, let's delete this part. Okay. Whoop. Okay, let's get let's save it. Let's get some more scenic shots. We need a couple more scenic shots. Let's do this one. This is going to be so good. I'm so happy this is coming together. Hey, Deathforge, we're doing good, man. I finally got my Draugr kill cams. I'm just editing it now with the music. The kill cam with Sparks just looks super cool, and I wanted to make sure to capture that in the music video. And it's a perfect place to put the guitar solo. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna hop up for 30 seconds or 60 seconds for a bio. Be right back. Okay. All right. Oh, thanks for hanging out, y'all. It's really nice to have you folks around while I work on this stuff. I hope it turns out as well as I hope. Certainly spent enough time on it. Probably over 100 hours for a 3-minute video. That's what it takes. Okay. All right, so now we gotta chop up all this footage over here. All right. Where is it? Let's hide that. There we go. Okay. Okay, fine, fuck it. Let's do that. Let's use that trick again right there. Right there. All right, let's see it. Okay. Okay, that's it. All right, so let's block that off. Let's take out a chunk over here. Take out a chunk over here. All right, where's that other one? Where's that one where people are sunbathing? What happened to the one where they were sunbathing? Media pool. Sunbathing right there. Oops. Okay. All right, well, let's zoom that in a bit. If we didn't distract you. You guys don't distract me. You help me concentrate, actually. This one. All right, let's move this over here, and we'll see if I can just chop in a bunch of stuff. I'll just end this with a montage of all the leftover stuff. It'll probably look pretty cool. We'll see. We'll see. Oh shit. Do that. Another 3. Dun dun dun. One more. Got it. Okay, let me make sure those markers are good. Yeah, and then we show the title again over here with all this. This will be the logo stuff, like at the beginning of the video. We'll bring it full circle because there's yeah. We'll copy all that and bring it over. Oh, let's undo that. There we go. Yeah, we're almost finished actually. We're getting damn close. Yeah. Yeah, now we got to fill it. We got to use the rest of the footage to kind of do the grand finale. Here. Move that one right there. There we go. Yes, exercise soon. Exercise very soon. Gotta stick with it. Gotta keep moving. Let's get rid of that one. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, one's going down, one's going up. Okay. Whoops. It's fine. A couple more. Whoops. Oh, yes, do this one. And this one. Okay, I want to. There's still some. I still got to do the outro with like text and stuff, and then probably put a a quick little video at the end of this, just going like, "Hi, I'm Nexius. Hope you liked it. Subscribe, like all that kind of shit." But I want to watch it through to see if there's something that, I mean, like, it's far from perfect, but the point is, like, I need to get it released. Like, I can always do another one. Yes, this is exactly what I used to do working for John. Okay. So let's render it. Let's do deliver. Let's set the output. And the input. This will be second rough draft. Let's do it on the NVIDIA codec. Render. It was on that sweet Sony Vegas. Sony Vegas was good while it lasted. I got very proficient at the application. I was able to do a lot of stuff with it. But compared to all the modern features that I have with DaVinci Resolve, it's a no-brainer. Like, Vegas hasn't really been updated much. Like, last time I looked at it, they were like talking about having AI controls and stuff in it. DaVinci's already got those. Okay, all right. Let me. We'll watch this one time from the top. So, you folks get a special live stream sneak peek into the music for everybody else, the music video before everybody else gets to see it. And I still got to do the credits, but I want to go ahead and watch it and see what we got. So, let's hide the agenda. Let's hide the webcam, and let's go to the desktop. And second ref draft. Here we go. That's a damn good shot. And then the credits. Yep. Okay, that was good. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm kind of tired. It's Friday. It's been a week. I'm starting to run out of gas, so I'd rather finish this up when I'm fresh. And there's a little bit more than just the outro credits to do. I gotta record a hey, thanks for seeing my channel and give me a like, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Thanks, Phoebus. Okay. Okay. Charted in games. New one-click retargeting from XML. Oh, okay, I finally found Beller News's. He's got the Unity Saga. So while I'm exercising, let's check out the Unity Saga.
This is a fairly...
Hey, whoop, slow down. Slow your roll, killer. I ain't even gotten up yet. I haven't figured out what exercises I'm doing. Let's. In fact, I think I'm just going to do these again. I'll start with this one. Okay. I'm going to put this over here. Whoop. All right, let's put it down here. And then move the webcam up there. And we move this over here. Okay, everybody. I'm going to jump up and go to the bathroom real quick, and then let me get my earbuds in, and then that way I can watch my own live stream, and I can wear my wireless earbuds instead of needing to have the cord connected. So let me switch over. Okay, quick bio, and then we're gonna warm up a little bit and get some stretching done. I'd encourage you folks to limber up, do the same if you can. No pressure, but it's time to get up, move around. Be right back. All right, I'll mute the mic.
This is a fairly major story. It's actually one that will impact myself. It will impact my studio. It will impact a lot of game developers that make games that you play. This is pretty crazy. For a long time, we devs have been feeling more and more, I would say, betrayed and ignored by the engine maker Unity. In a world where you look at Unreal Engine and see the march of progress, while Unity's technical people do great things, we do see them off chasing other industries and making business moves that are particularly worrisome. In fact, almost a year to the day, I launched a video in this channel about another wave of developers essentially having a bit of a rebellion. Today, though, it's an even more crazy situation. And I want to start setting the tone today with a quote from former Electronic Arts executive John Riccitiello, who is currently the CEO of Unity. He explained the strategy by saying this: "You're 6 hours into Battlefield, you run out of money, we now charge you $1 to reload, and you're far enough in that that's going to be something that you feel."
John Riccitiello had to resign in disgrace, by the way.
Okay about. So he actually did use an analogy of a paid microtransaction reload. Of course, that never came to pass, but the point is, that's the kind of analogy he used. That's the sort of thinking that is going on. Recently, he said this: if you're a 7-figure developer, you can afford $75 a month. True, but if you're not, you can just get started or choose for an artistic reason to give your games away for free. Or if you're a hobbyist screwing around or a student, this is free. You get the full power of Unity 5 for free. There's no royalties, no fucking around. It's simple. That's really what we're announcing. Things have somewhat changed since then, though, because only a weekend after Unity highlighted the performance of Sea of Stars, a game that's on Game Pass, getting humongous amounts of downloads and has separately sold over 250,000 copies, they have managed to, single-handedly create an insane drama for themselves and actually worry developers. And this all started with a blog post on the 12th of September, and it was released right at the same time as Apple's big showcase. I wonder if they were trying to bury that news in tech circles. The title is Unity Plan Pricing and Packaging Updates. Pretty, simple name for something that's going to generate a lot of rage, because this is a update to Unity's licensing plans, designed, of course, to get more money out of users. Now, in this, there are some more minor elements. As an example, they are removing the Unity Plus service tier, which was a smaller scale one used by smaller indie developers and perhaps, some solo devs, right? It's replaced by the much more expensive Unity Pro. And while that may have a bit of a sting for some, where things get get a lot more spicy is this. We're introducing a Unity runtime fee that is based on each time a qualifying game is downloaded by an end user. We choose this because each time a game is downloaded, the Unity runtime is also installed. They're basically saying, right, we're two products, the Unity editor, the Unity runtime. You'll have your Unity subscription that will, pay for however many seats you have that have access to the Unity editor, and then we will charge you based on how many times the Unity runtime is distributed, which of course means any time your games are, downloaded, right? And they say this because, yes, each time a game is downloaded, the Unity
This is the equivalent of like a paper company or an art company or something that says how many people look at the picture you made with our paper or paints you owe us money for.
runtime is also installed. Also, we believe that an initial install-based fee allows creators to keep the ongoing financial gains from player engagement, unlike a revenue share. Now, how does this work? Well, you have to pass a revenue threshold to be...
Oh yeah, if he was totally hands off, but you just turned me. I had no idea that this happened until you mentioned it the other day. I had no idea this happened.
eligible. At the free and plus tier, that revenue threshold is $200,000 and it's $1 million for the pro and enterprise tiers. Now, you might think, 200 grand in the bank? Fantastic. Here's the thing though. What if your game costs 250 grand to make, right? And maybe you got a publisher. That would mean that you will have, say, sold 200 grand worth of copies. You will have not made back, you won't have made back money. And the bill for this sort of thing will come due, right? This will come due in a pretty damn bad time for you because you've now got to work out, okay, how is my studio being funded? I'm not seeing revenue from the game that, we released that just came out. And it's very rare. Let's say a game's budget is $250,000. It's pretty damn rare that a game is able to cover its production budget in a month or two, right? So this may seem kind of like not that big, but that's actually a really bad time to have the bill. Also, interesting, this is charged to the developer? What about the publisher? Because it's rev share everywhere, but then, the developer doesn't pay based on rev share. The developer gets to pay on a per install basis, which, oh boy, there's more. There's wrinkles to that. Now, then you have to pass an installation threshold on a lifetime scale to be eligible, which is 200,000 at the free and plus tier and 1 million at the pro and enterprise tier. Then fees are structured to basically allow for some allowances of scale. 20 cents per install at the free and plus tier, and then that scales from 15 cents to 2 cents per install for each more than 1 million installs per month at the pro and enterprise level, with a special caveat that if your game is installed in an emerging market, there will be a significantly lower flat rate. That's of course because a lot of mobile games are big in low revenue per user regions, at least say on a US dollar basis. And then you can get some credits for the fee if you integrate more of Unity's technologies beyond the editor, like say their gaming services or their mobile ad support. Yeah, you can see how this is kind of working now. So, companies want money, licensing fees, those are not a particularly new thing. Now, Epic Games, right? The creators of Unreal Engine, their tool set is free. But the understanding is that if you make a big old box game with it, then you have the first million be royalty free, and anything past that, they take 5%. And of course, because that's based on revenue and it's going up to a fairly high number there, I think the idea is, hey, you make money, we make money. Everyone's happy enough. Now, this install threshold is also a bit of a new question, at which point developers and the general audience then really found it become rapidly clear that this is one of the more poorly thought out deals for game developers that really many of us have seen in a very, very, very long time. And they put out a Q&A. The Q&A is quite bizarre. So, the Unity runtime fee does not apply to our film, gambling, or education subscription plans at this time. So if you're an industrial plan or gambling, you don't have to worry. It's just game and app developers. You are invoiced monthly based on the installs in a given month, and the installations are just defined as installation and initialization of a project on an end device. Now, this is the big thing. There's some good, there's some bad. The fees will only start being generated from January 1st, 2024. The bad news, all of the installation threshold requirements, those are retroactive, right? So, yeah, if you have big install numbers, yeah, you're just going to be straight into this. Now, there's a lot of problems here if you apply some of the old human brain thinking to this question. So, the more people who install your game, especially on the perhaps razor-thin margins that you'd planned before any of this became apparent, the more money you then have to pay Unity. And your installation of a game can then actually actively harm a developer, which is fairly crazy. I did enjoy, of course, Chris Wilfart, funny Twitter account, many good funny things. Pirate game, delete it, download it again. Keep on doing it. Company loses $600. Fantastic. So, let's talk about the problems that developers and community members have highlighted, and then Unity's attempts to squirm their way out of this, because there is quite a large amount of trust me bro in this. Okay, let's start with some problems. Hello Unity, how are installs tracked or monitored? How is revenue determined? Do pirated installs count, and how would that be determined? Aside from other issues that many people have raised, are we going to see more games delisted to avoid incurring additional costs? There are so many thoughts here. I mean, make a game. Game is freemium. Game makes 200 grand from in-app purchases after being installed 3 million times. Now owe Unity 20 cents per 2.8 million installs, 560 grand. That's 360 grand more than we've made. Yeah, this is one that is quite funny with the, you know, like with the freemium mobile model. Also, publishers are talking about things. So, Devolver Digital, you may have heard of them. Definitely include what engine you're using in game pitches. It's important information. What a well-timed post from them. Because you've got to remember with all this stuff, you know, you sell your game, Valve takes 30%, then that's split between you and your publisher, then you are charged the money. Like, that is... that's pretty rough because of where this is probably going to happen, like in the waterfall, at least based on how they're talking about it. Developer AgroCrab pointed out that if you put your game onto Game Pass, that's potentially millions of installs that you could potentially be asked to pay a licensing fee for. And, well, while it may not be you, actually, as it transpires, Unity have a response to this, and I don't think the industry is going to be particularly pleased by it. I mean, hey, what about giving access of your game to people for free for a free weekend? Maybe the Epic Game Store free game option. That could now cost you money. For Over the Moon Games, they've said here, hey Unity, our game The Fall was on Epic Games as a free game. I was quite happy to sell them the rights for peanuts, and the game was installed like 7 million times. How do you propose this will work? I'd owe you more money than I've made in my life. That's insane. Again, what are Unity thinking? Then, of course, there are developers talking about just abandoning the engine, you know. They're saying like, all right, you know what, screw it. Here's one from Aaron. We've used Unity 11 years now at Flipfly, and I've been teaching kids how to make games with it at a non-profit for 3 years. After today's egregious announcement, I'm actively planning to move us all to an engine with less hostile practices, because yes, be it Unreal Engine, be it Godot, there are other engines out there and people are potentially quite interested in moving now. I would bet a decent amount of money if I could port everything in CUD. I think that's Caves of CUD, which there's a really good Mandalore gaming video on. Either that or Seth, I forget. But anyway, the only thing we'd lose is mobile and console, which is big enough to stick around, but it probably won't be a blocker forever. Cult of Lamb! Buy Cult of Lamb now, because we're delisting it January 1st. That's certainly fun. Others have pointed out the potential for harassment here, like, yeah, you could pirate a game, install it to 500 virtual machines, and you've potentially hurt a game developer. People may say that's insane, but like, look, people are technologically proficient. They can do spooky shit with virtual machines, right? Of course, Game Maker, Default Engine, Godot, and even Tim Sweeney have chimed in on all of this, Epic saying that they've got no plans to change their perpetual license model. right? And they're going to do it so that like they can't change the deal that they've made with you when you sign on. Just a whole bunch of the whole industry just taking this as the easiest marketing win they could possibly get. There's actually some talk of a class action lawsuit coming from developers, but ultimately then the point here is that Unity just decided to change the rules of things, the rules of the game really arbitrarily, because this is almost like a new utility cost, the way that you've got to pay, or at least they want to start charging you for Unity runtime deployments. And again, as you'll soon see, all on a trust me bro basis. And what's being said here? I already committed to their engine for my new game, put years of work into my pipeline. I did so under a simple per-seat license I'm happy to pay. Now when I'm close to release, they spring something new on me. Not a price increase, a fundamental change in how we do business together. And that really, that is the point here. So let's talk about the clarifications and the regrouping. By the way, if you want to do some supporting of, a game developer, we're a game developer. Our first game, The Pale Beyond, is of course on Steam. And it's made in Unity, but hey, I guess if you buy it before the 1st of January, we won't be charged 15 or 20 cents. But also, if you want to check out store.bellular.games, we have got our art book and all those lovely things there. Man, what a story. Okay, so obviously Unity did put out some press responses here. Let's go through them. Unity will only receive aggregate data from various sources, so they'll be working off estimates, not hard one-to-one numbers. Because people were wondering, hey, what, does the Unity runtime phone home to give you a number? No, it doesn't. They have some proprietary method of working this out in a method with no transparency that is literally just, trust me, bro, we'll bill you accurately. So that's cool. Demos won't count, but only if they aren't the same build of a game that allows players to continue progression. So for actually quite a few demos, that's really quite bad. Early access games, they will count. As to fraudulent stuff, right? So somebody spinning up the game on a bunch of virtual machines. I don't even know how they catch that. But again, trust me, bro, they say that they have fraud detection stuff that they built for their ad platform. They can handle it. And they'll have a way for developers to submit their concerns. Again, presumably after the developer has been charged. And if a developer is just charged, let's just say 30 grand, 40 grand, that's going to be very bad for their cash flow, right? Especially if it's soon after a game is launched and the money hasn't came in yet. You're just going to fire a torpedo at a developer right when they actually need that cash flow. Again, this is absolutely crazy. They also did confirm that they will be applying the threshold to the lifetime installs of the game. And also, web and streaming games built with Unity also do count because everything that runs the game is counted in some way. Now, Steve Totillo of Axios then went and got a bit more info, and there was a second round of updates from that QA about reinstalls after a sort of regrouping within Unity. Apparently, if the same game is reinstalled on the same device, it won't count, and somehow Unity can tell that. Again, very suspicious. But if a game is installed on a new device or new hardware, that counts. So imagine this. I'm a developer, sell a game in Unity. You install that on your PC, then you install it on your Steam Deck. For some reason, I, the developer, am charged twice for that, even though you're doing it under one license of the game that you own. Charity bundles will be exempt from fees, and Unity will somehow provide a way for developers to notify Unity. Again, how's this going to actually work, Subscription fees will fall upon the distributor, not the developer. So this is quite an odd one. This means that, say, Microsoft will be facing large fees for every Unity game they list on Game Pass, like, say, the smash hit Sea of Stars. Now, if Sea of Stars, whenever I boot up my Xbox to play Starfield, what do I see when I go to Game Pass? Sea of Stars. It's probably been downloaded millions of times. And, that could actually get to a stage or a state. Obviously the Sea of Stars devs are okay. But again, how much money did Microsoft pay for that? And could Microsoft end up paying more in Unity license fees than the payout that was given to the developer, right? That's actually potentially a concern. And maybe that is all part of Unity's plan because they're seeing again, via their proprietary method. Maybe they look at all of these freemium mobile games and all these like Game Pass, Epic Game, free games. Maybe they see all this and just look at the sheer amount of downloads, and they're trying to find a way to monetize that. I mean, it very much looks like that's the case. Now, of course, these updates, you may notice that these aren't really better because everything is somehow relying on Unity's completely undefined, trust me bro, data gathering, and it's somehow being able to identify legitimate installations by some method, even though the runtime doesn't phone home and they seemingly only are using aggregate data, and the end result being that the distribution of your game will inevitably end up costing you in some way because, hey, guess what? If it costs your publisher, that's going to change the deal for you as a developer, especially because any money that something, will cost to your publisher, it's not like you pay, in your recoup, you pay it back 1-to-1. Publisher money costs money. So this is going to, the idea, it's kind of funny. If a publisher is on the hook for, let's just say, $100,000 of fees from something like this, the developer, in some publishing deals, that could cost the developer more than $100,000 because of how the recoups work. So again, a lot of publishing deals would probably need to be changed to account for something like this as a new cost in the balance sheet. And then they're also throwing publishers and distribution partners under the bus. And that means that taking deals with developers can, well, just become less lucrative, right? It's quite crazy. Like, I'm glad that we are making smaller scale PC games where it's like, where that's like a lot better, but still, like, one of the things that really helped us with Pale Beyond is we released a demo, and that meant that we had, suffice to say, everyone was very happy with our wishlist numbers. I think right now we have like 170,000 wishlists, but through like Steam Next Fest and all that stuff, our demo did really good work for us, and there's a chance then that actually some of those demo installs, like some of them technically could be charged. That would really, that would suck. So this is all kind of whack. Again, Mike Bithell here, of course, Bithell Games. The thing that sort of propelled his career, I think a lot that people know about was, like say, Thomas Was Alone. He's made many projects since. I keep cycling back to this tweet and how hilariously exposing it is. Given their model legally cannot be collecting real user data, it amounts to a guess. A guess they are refusing to break down to those they are hoping to bill. Walk back imminent, but it reveals a lot. Yes, because they say, we leverage our own proprietary data model. And it's got to comply with GDPR and all that too. And you may think, surely everyone in Unity knew this was happening. Well, yeah, and they were all ignored. Heard from inside Unity, the blog post was reviewed for weeks, and internal concerns about poor/confusing messaging, Game Pass, etc. were all ignored. It's resignation time for some folks. Hopefully we see a walkback, I fear, for Unity. And just a quick little aside about John Riccatello, the CEO of Unity, the man who wanted to sell you bullets in Battlefield. And last year had to post an apology because of the way that he called some developers. You know what? I don't want to. Sometimes you can get demonetized for swearing, but you can look at my screen and what I'm highlighting right now. This is what he called developers for pushing back against monetization. All right, no. So this is something. I can make no inference about certain pieces of information here. A lot of people are, going quite far in saying certain things, and it would be, a shame if that got them any trouble, right? Got them any sort of notice in the mail. I suppose a lot of people do find some of this information to be curious and pertinent, because on the 6th of September 2023, John Riccatello, president of and CEO of Unity Software Incorporated, sold 2,000 shares of the company. This move is part of a larger trend for the insider, who over the past year has sold a total of 50,610 shares and purchased none. Of course, please consider this above information about this announcement being planned long in advance, and then think about, of course, John Riccatello's sale of shares. I make no inference about these two pieces of information. Obviously, though, you're now aware of these bits of information. Think about them what you will. Now, this all appears to be some form of top-down push from the C-suite, with a specific focus on the kinds of games Unity thinks can make them the most money. It's the core thing, and look, you guys probably feel it as gamers. It's like, if you're not the whale, the developers don't care. You look at D4 and you're like, look at all that cool armor. I would maybe play the game to get that armor. Oh no, it costs $30. They're not making it for me, they're making it for the whale. Well, Unity makes it feel like that to us now. Right? And the fact that this does not apply to gambling, and that's an interesting, oh man, it's an interesting thing with gambling. Anyway, it doesn't apply to that. The fact that there are credits if you implement their proprietary advertisement technology, it just says absolutely everything. Look, I fully expect a walk back here. It's either they walk back and they wholesale cut it, or they walk back to a watered down version of it, in which case they'll have made progress. And it could just be the out-of-touch CEOs doing the usual thing, saying it's only a vocal minority, it's only the Twitter users. Real developers won't care. Real developers are too bought into our system. Welcome back, everybody. Today it's really going to be fun because we now have to deal with the fallout of the Unity situation. We have had developers across the industry speaking out about this. I've had people that I know have, their own whatever experiences. There's publishers who are, let's just say, if you are in any form of like developer or publisher relations at Unity, you've probably had a very, very, very busy day at work. A lot of publishers have been reaching out some pretty damn serious calls, and from what I have been led to understand thus far, not a whole lot of progress. The people who are working at Unity essentially seem to have their hands tied with no clear answers that they can provide. It overall seems that they don't even seem to know how this entire shindig is even going to be implemented. So it's a pretty crazy situation. It is, however, one that Unity have responded to, which absolutely is very fun. And of course, in the spirit of dealing with these runtime fees, here's a word from our sponsor, Boot Dev. Their founders are actually a bunch of WoW players who found our channels, and with code Bellular News, you'll get 25% off, and you're going to want that because Boot.dev is a programming RPG that makes learning back-end development fun. They've got quests, levels, achievements, a global leaderboard. They've designed your journey through learning so well. Now, back-end developers in the US, by the way, earn 100 grand as of 2022, and that's just the median. That's a lot of money, and you can also often get remote or hybrid work. Now, BootDev specializes in back-end development using Python and Go at your own pace, which is an excellent choice. With them, you can avoid tutorial hell, just, ping-pong around the place, and you can just go to Boot and get started coding. Go through their course. It's exactly what their fantastic program is geared towards. Just going through the various topics, there is a boatload of content structured super well, starting actually good and approachable, and then going properly in depth. So instead of bouncing around a bunch of YouTube tutorials or a boring old textbook, well, with Boot, you can just ship code that works. It's the complete opposite to the wrong way of doing things, and as a computer science major, goddamn, I wish they existed back when I was in university, because they sure do beat a semester, or a few, and, well, they don't cost as much as my university charged me. So check them out, you'll learn skills that have got significant earning potential and honestly are just really cool. I'm chipping away personally, learning for fun. You can do the same and learn how to code with 25% off using code Bellular News. Big thanks to their founders, Lane and Alan, for supporting what we're doing here. With that said, let's roll. Well, that sure was the most slick sponsor segue I've had in a while, isn't it? Okay, so let's dive into the story then. Have a read of this. Wow, my source at Unity just told me they had a company town hall meeting. It lasted only 30 seconds. Riccatello came on, announced there had been threats against Unity HQ, and they were evacuating offices in San Francisco and Austin, and then they signed off. I hope everyone's okay. So, one of those things, these can turn into crazy situations. Now, you may by default think, yeah, as if that's real. The tricky thing is, though, even though the chance is probably 98% that it is a bogus threat, even if it seems credible or, they happen to know something, even if it's a 98% chance, you still cannot take that risk. You cannot be the person who just said, it's nothing, it's just bullshit from 4chan. And then it maybe turns out, it wasn't bullshit from 4chan, right? So it's the sort of thing, they have to act in this way in a situation like that. It just is what it is, right? So that happened, which is pretty crazy, and at the very least, For the staff at Unity, who have had all of this thrust upon them, even more stress to what is probably quite a hellscape, as from what we understand, a lot of Unity staff have been raising the alarm bells about how this is just not a particularly great way of doing things for a while. But okay, let's talk about some firefighting, because Unity have been on a firefighting mode, both as a corporate entity and also as individual staff. The latter, though, don't really seem to have been fully prepped for how much pushback there would be, and I say that because really there is nothing in the way of concrete answers. And suffice to say, some people will get rather leaky soon, and we'll get to read that. Okay, here's Nick, studio head of Agro Crab Games. They've developed and published a few games. They've got one coming out in 2023. Just got off a call with Unity. The reps were nice folks, but ultimately didn't say anything that gives us confidence this company is to be trusted. A lot of their answers boil down to, you can work it out with your account manager to iron things out. Man, I just want a clear policy. Yeah, you would think they'd be ready to give clarity whenever they are fundamentally going to be changing the unit economics of your business, which is mad. So, continually, Unity have not really been able to do things. I know, both like public stuff and also private stuff of like many publishers who are now having talks with their Unity reps and are not particularly pleased. That's the kind of thing that's going on now. Unity did release a official statement. To be honest, it's a whole load of nothing, so I'll give you our more summarized down short bit. So they start with the fact that customers were suffering from confusion and frustration, which is awful. You did this though. 90% of customers won't be affected by this, they say, but 10% will be subject to fees that they never agreed or planned for. Because again, you're saying, hey, your unit economics in 2 or 3 months, they'll be different. Have a nice day. Yeah, that doesn't seem like the sort of thing that should be going on, at least in a business like this. This is different from just like Netflix is saying, hey, we're going to charge you £2 more a month for our service. Like in B2B, stuff does not work that way. Obviously price rises can happen, but there is a more of a dialogue because you have a lower volume of customers and, customer care, the stability of businesses, especially if you're essentially a form of like utility provider, that stuff is extremely important. Now, the way they say here that 90% of customers won't be affected by this, you see, one thing that a lot of people don't fully appreciate is survivorship bias in games. As an example, our game, The Pale Beyond, via some numbers I saw of like average Steam sales data, we're in like the top 85% or something like that. And that's crazy to me. Or, 85th percentile. Or maybe it was 90th, but it was like pretty high. Now, the thing is, I'm not swimming in money. I have some funding, worked out like for our next title and stuff, but that is not Pale Beyond revenue that's funding that. That is me and my business partner finding ways of raising the funds. It's like that sort of thing. If they say like only 10% of our customers, will be impacted by this. Like the people who are running businesses are that like 10%, right? So it's, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Like there's so many more people use Unity than pay for Unity. Same goes for Unreal. Just because of the way that these tools work. Kind of weird. Like you could say that Unreal though, they're able to subsidize their technology group because Fortnite and all the other things that Unreal are doing. But anyway, I suppose one big thing there, Epic Games. Privately held. Tim Sweeney, majority shareholder. Unity Technologies went public a few years ago. And funny enough, it's mostly went downhill since then. But anyway, let us continue. They say the fees will be on new installs only, but of course you will have to pay for people installing your game, and you did not have to pay for people installing your game before. Now, the way that this essentially works, like their whole framing initially was that, hey, as Unity, we have two things. Thing number one is the runtime. Thing number two is the editor. And via your Unity subscription, you're paying for the editor, but you're not paying for the runtime, which is, suffice to say, a very loopy way of working things out. Then there's also how do installs count here. Reinstalls, fraud, demos, web games, charity stuff won't count, but they provide no clear way of how they are going to identify, like, oh, that key was from a Humble Bundle, that key wasn't from a Humble Bundle. Also, Humble Bundle, some of that goes to charity, some of it goes to the developer. where's the line? Because, like, that could be exploited against Unity, so they do have an incentive, because if people were just like, yeah, it's a humble bundle, you know, give a tiny percent, or as small as you can, to the charity, the rest to the developer, then, you know, Unity's going to be very angry. It's like, oh, you're using charity as a technicality, we're going to bill you. You know, we don't really know. And basically, none of this is new, right? This is just a bunch of clarifications and things that were posted, like, by some employees, codified into one place. Nothing has been walked back in this that was distributed as a paid advertisement on X.com. Isn't that fantastic? As Mike Bithell quite well put it, I would like to acknowledge any confusion and frustration anyone has felt as a direct result of reading and understanding my publicly stated position. I will be providing no further comment at this time. Now, we do not have explanations for how platforms will be paying as distributors, and this is a fairly goddamn major thing in the funding ecosystem of indie games. Now, it doesn't apply to us. We have not got first-party deals. I'll give you an example of what a first-party deal I could say quite informed reasonably could look like, right? So that could be like 300 grand, 400 grand, 500 grand. All obviously depends on the style of your game, like how big the game is, how many, users perhaps Microsoft or, Sony would think it would run, right? But whatever. Let's just say it's, 300 grand. That's going on to, say, Game Pass. And Game Pass has got, 22 million users. I know, original PS Plus has got many more millions, but let's just use, Game Pass because, everyone on Game Pass is slurping down all the video games. Well, now, if that is just charged, whatever the rate is per install, Microsoft is now thinking, okay, so we're going to pay X amount of money for the game. Because sometimes Microsoft will, they'll sign a deal to bring a game over to their platform, or maybe they will sign a deal earlier on to support development, right? And that can be extremely useful for many developers. I suppose whenever Epic was doing exclusives, it kind of worked out like that too. But the way that this messes up the funding ecosystem then is Microsoft's thinking, okay, cool, we give 300 grand to you. We then have the game as a free download for millions and 20, 22, 23 million people. How many of them will download it, and how much will we be charged for each download? Now, for Microsoft, in an absolute case, it won't be a tremendous amount of money, but it could actually start to compete for what they paid for the game in the first place. That's going to change the economics. That is not going to be good for something that is certainly helping many indie studios actually exist, especially in a world where, look, like we're pretty lucky. There's an audience here. I can say, hey, support us, buy the Pale Beyond, check the game out. And, people do that. It helps with the sales. But not everybody's got that. And for them, something like Game Pass is a literal complete lifeline. So that this could then really disrupt that side of the funding and how the industry is right now. That could be quite damaging. Now, as I move on then, whether or not this policy will be adjusted, how much warning will customers get about any adjustments in the future, we don't know. How will this be audited? Because developers seemingly cannot be shown what is, the various different, the numerical breakdown of what's leading to their bill. And now this is where things get very interesting. So number one, this just appeared in our sales email today. Well, I think it was yesterday, but anyway, now here's the deal. I've not been able to verify this so far, but what is here does kind of corroborate what is over here. But this isn't one of those situations where I can say I have a source at Unity. Ideally, what you'd want to say is I have 2 or 3 sources at Unity in different departments that are independently corroborating a thing. Like for, proper capital J journalism, that is the standard, right? So I am purposefully trying to flag it and make it very clear that this is an interesting image that looks like a screenshot of Slack, but I cannot verify that thus far. It does seem to corroborate what is said in this post on the Unity forums. So this is from a user called Incredulous who joined yesterday with one post. But they're claiming that they're a current Unity employee. I feel compelled to post something because I'm appalled at the initial choices for how this pricing model is being done, and most importantly, the poor and confusing communications around it. And it's been a very bad 12 plus hours for the people over at Unity. Now, there's a good explanation here, and this does actually cut to a problem. Unity needs to generate more revenue to eventually be a profitable company so that we can sustain developing Unity for many years to come. Employees need to be paid, or there's no engine. It's as simple as that. There's some cold hard facts here. And in the similar way, the unit economics of Spotify are so bad that they've really been going hard on podcasts because they need more things. Spotify's got a crazy issue where the more you use Spotify, the less profitable you are because of how basically it doesn't seem like it's a kind of, like rev share. No, it's more like, remuneration per pay. So it's actually, Spotify's model's terrible. They've had to diversify into other things. You then look at Unity and you're like, why?
Last time we left off, it looks like it couldn't possibly have gotten any worse for Unity, but it is now more over than we previously thought possible, because developers have just declared war. And on top of that, Bloomberg kind of leaked all their plans. When they said, hey, we're going to bring something to you, we're going to have an announcement. Yeah, Bloomberg kind of beat them to the punch there. So then, war, right? On Monday we mentioned that over the weekend, there were a bunch of mobile developers moving towards collective action, and they were going to turn off all Iron Source and Unity Ads monetization. That's action. That is literally turn the money tap off, the public company, they start to squeal. That's how it works. So we get to see how much damage that's doing here. 424 public supporters, 20 billion game installs. 20 billion Unity games no longer giving Unity any revenue whatsoever. That's just the public supporters, by the way. There's also an awful lot of studios that might not quite be doing this, the way boycotts work, but even if 1% lose monetization, it's 200 million ads gone. And even if you think about the future, you think about the 20 cents per install that they're going for. If you're looking at 200 million installs, 20 cents, that's $40 million gone. You take that up to 20 billion, that's a lot of money gone. But now it gets worse because devs outside of the actual Unity ecosystem are kind of being a problem because Terraria developer Relogic just went, not quite scorched earth, but with a massive gesture, they have decided to donate $100,000 each to Godot and FNA, another like an XNA based engine, and $1,000 every month going forwards. That is straight up, we no longer want to support Unity. We want to support other people, and we will put our money where our mouth is. And for a game as beloved as Terraria, with developers like that, that is a flag being planted in the war. That is ground you do not want to lose if you're Unity. It's not just from developers and even the gaming industry, because legal firms smell blood in the water here. And you know how litigation works, you know how class action lawsuits work. Lawyers go, oh, we can get a lot of money out of this by, taking people's concerns to the court, effectively providing a service for people and getting their cut. So legal firm Wigan have suggested that the enforceability of these changes might be in question due to the why and how they've been implemented. Here's the quote. We expect that the significance of the shift and relatively little prior notice would likely be core grounds of contention. Also, while Unity has announced a new free structure, it hasn't actually updated its license terms yet as far as we can tell. So Unity likely have their own in-house legal team, and they're probably saying, yeah, obviously, go on ahead, this will be fine, we'll find a way out of this. But untested legal opinions, not the strongest thing to hold on to for developers, absolutely not. But when it comes to legal stuff, it gets considerably worse because Unity may have awoken a sleeping giant. The European Game Developer Federation has begun asking the European Commission, basically the big boys in Europe, to look at devising a new regulatory framework for unfair.
I was wondering when the EU was going to enter the chat on this one.
Non-negotiable B2B contract terms. Listen to this. Unity's install fees are a sign of looming game engine market failure. That's pretty catastrophic as far as headlines go. So they want the EU to ensure that there should be sufficient time ahead of licensing changes for users to react, that it has to be clear and explicit for users how the changes work, and most importantly, banning retroactive pricing and contract changes. And that's exactly what Unity did. The Unity went, oh yeah, see all those games you've released and all the things you did with our engine and all that stuff. We don't think you paid us enough. So what if you just give us all this money that we've to be fair about it, they've basically just made up on the spot all these numbers and have no way to enforce them and no way to test them. So you go, oh yeah, well you say you had so many installs, so just give us all that money. That's what it feels like. That's what it came off to devs like. Game Engines in the Digital Market Act, which would completely give the EU a massive amount of control over what game engines do, including things like how the data.
They want the EU to ensure that there should be sufficient time ahead of licensing changes for users to react. that it has to be clear and explicit for users as to how the changes work, and most importantly, banning retroactive pricing and contract changes. Yeah, that retroactive stuff is bullshit. That's like buying a car, and then the car manufacturer is like, hey, you didn't pay enough for that car. You owe us $10,000 more.
That gathered through engines influence systems like advertising, which is, you look back to the advertising, the Unity ads revenue model, that is very, very important to mobile devs. That's where a lot of Unity's money comes from. That's where a lot of their industry is. And if that gets under regulation, they will not be happy about it. Realistically, this tweet kind of sells it. Unity destroys 70% of the game industry. WTF. The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math. Unity, come on. So that's the war, that's the legal issues, that's the trouble Unity have found themselves in. But here's what Bloomberg heard they said internally. And obviously, Jason Schreier, Bloomberg, he's got people on the inside, he's good at getting contacts. I'd say this stuff is likely corroborated very well. At an all-hands meeting called on Monday, delayed from Friday, allegedly because of death threats, that's fairly public knowledge. The details came out, right? So under the tentative new plan, because Unity have to remake their plans because it was nonsense, Unity will limit fees to 4% of a game's revenue for customers making over $1 million, and installations counted towards reaching the threshold won't be retroactive. And that's a walk back on two fronts, right? That's a walk back of the lifetime installations criteria, which is one of the things we're talking about the EU likely to ban if they do go through with this. You can't just pull the rug on people and say, oh, you owe us extra money from before. You actually can't do that. That is bullshit on so many levels. The other thing is the fee criteria. So that's an upper limit of 4%, which is 1% below Unreal Engine's. It's just that awkward runtime install version as opposed to like the flat understandable one that you can you go, well, if I sell X copies and we give them 5%, that's that. But if you're going on installs, you could have someone who buys your game and they install it once. You'd think that's roughly average, but then you think of today and you think, well, if you're selling a Unity game on Steam and then someone installs it on their PC and then their Steam Deck or their ROG Ally, that's two, maybe that's three. What if they install it on a PC that they have in a different place? And now you don't know what's happening. So even if it's lower than Unreal Engine's fee, it still has substantial downsides. And this is what we're talking about with dividing the anger, right? So with this change, existing Unity developers are basically more insulated from the costs. Legacy titles without massive spikes of interest, the company bottom line is going to be fine, right? This is a way of mitigating impacts and muddying the waters. So this is like the biggest customers. The biggest customers are given a little bit of leeway here. Listen, we're not going to completely bankrupt you. It's okay. But it does leave the smaller indie developers left out, where they sit and going, well, what does this mean for us? How are we going to actually figure out what this literally does? How are we going to make sense of this? What are we going to do? How is this going to impact our finances? And that's when you have to go back to the fact that Real Logic just gave Godot a fat stack and going, yeah, go use that. Same with Humble and the Godot bundle. It's just another step of them. They can't put the genie back in the bottle here. They can do a lot of stuff here, which is actually going to more or less help to bring those mobile developers, those big developers, kind of back on side. But at the same time, it is rough, especially with those changes to the personal and plus subscription. But obviously this isn't the final plan, and the company hasn't officially shared them. And Bloomberg actually got a statement to that effect from Unity executive Mark Whitten. The company hasn't announced the latest changes because executives are still running them by partners and don't want to repeat last week's communications debacle. It was a communications problem. That's all. Don't worry about it, Unity, you morons. See, the thing...
Communications debacle. You tried to announce a new pricing structure without any details. I call that a fiasco.
Is with the Unity Insider Group members that were talking about it before, that we were talking about in a previous video, we know that they did share the policy with partners. They did actually...
That's that corporate shit. That's that corporate speech I was talking about, where they just minimize everything with language.
Say here that, hey, this is what we're doing. But they didn't do it early enough or change it enough or really think about it. It was more of a loose courtesy going, hey, here you go, whatever, this is what's going to happen. At least that's what it feels like to them. It feels like they actually don't matter. And that's why the C-suite are comfortable with party line, because they went, hey, this is not changing. This is something we have to do. We now have to reframe it in a way people will accept. There's always going to be pushback, but they didn't explain it in any meaningful capacity. Like Riccatello said here, I don't think there's any version of this that would have gone down a whole lot differently than what happened. It is a massively transformational change to our business model. Acknowledged, I think we could have done a lot of things better, but more or less, this is just they pulled the rug and people are mad. Like we talked at length in the last video.
It was massively transformative to his career.
about how this is likely to be mitigated fairly well, and they can put the genie back in the bottle for a subset of users to kind of push that, like, hey, well, please stick with us. We'll you know, it's worth it. It's not worth it to make that big change, because it is a big change moving away from Unity. But in this case, like, without any sort of actual apology outside of, sorry, we didn't tell you how we're going to shoot you. You know, we had a gun pointed at your head. We probably should have told you it was a gun instead of lying to you about it and saying that it wasn't, when everyone could clearly see that's what it was. And that's what it feels like to me. Obviously, of course, then director and former CEO David Helgeson said on Facebook, we fucked up on many levels. No other way to put it. It was a new business model, missed a bunch of important corner cases, and ended up the opposite of what it's supposed to be. He said he's provisionally optimistic about the progress of trying again and trying harder, but it's the difference. They say the problem is the message. Everyone says the problem is the business model, and they cannot say the business model is the problem because they think they need it to survive. So that's ultimately a little bit where we're at here. They'll maybe get some people on side if they can bring it around, but Mike Bethel said, I think there are still a lot of people at Unity who think that this is a comms issue rather than a breaking the TOS in a way that utterly dismantles the trust and also demonstrates a total misunderstanding of the games industry again. That's the split. That's the kayfabe, if you're familiar with the wrestling term, where everyone knows it's fake and bullshit, but everyone like adheres to the lie and lives into the lie because that's why it's fun. There's a little bit of that going on here, where it is just, yeah, here we go. Unity can't say, yeah, this business model sucks for you, by the way. They can't say that, even though everyone in the industry is thinking it. And the last thing then is Rami Ismail again saying he's been fielding questions from educators in university. People, and this is where
If Unity collapses, it'll be a ripple from mobile and indie leaving. At first, AA and mobile studios will stay can hire the new surplus. But as education in Unity dwindles from reduced industry demand, Unity's ability to support its future,
is Rami Ismail again saying he's been fielding questions from educators in university. People, and this is where the future is a problem. This is where everyone going to Godot, everyone moving to Unreal. This is where all of those, hey, here's a website full of tutorials for moving to Unity to Unreal. There was a tweet, I can't remember who it was, but it was someone saying if Unity don't back down, they're going to write a bunch of automatic scripts and importers to move stuff from Unity, I think it was UI canvases, over to Godot, and they said it's completely feasible with what they know about the engines. It's stuff like that. It's people who until now were happy teaching Unity-based curriculums, because as Ismail puts it, approximately 70% of all releases are in Unity. That creates an industry pipeline. That's where it begins. It begins with teaching. It begins with skills. If you have a team with people who understand Unreal, you're not going to make a game on Unity. If you are hiring a new team and no one learned Unity at university, no one learned Unity in their spare time, you're going to have to go to a different engine. And it's the talent, and this is the thing that I think that the game industry fundamentally understands in the long-term principle, because they're so concerned with short-term profit a lot of the time. It's the long-term of talent, it's the long-term systems being built, it's people who are trained in this. And you see it now with some video game design. You see it now with, because as an example, right, obviously I actually was game development is what I did at university, and throughout my course there, I was in love with Souls games. And you can see that across the entire industry. It was the people who played these games and went, oh, that's really good, I'll do that. You know, people take the influences and then they create the industry. And now you look at the amount of Souls-likes, you look at the amount of games that are clearly inspired by amazing games from 10, 12, 15 years ago. And that's all coming as a downstream of what people wanted to do, what people were interested in. So you look at 10, 15 years time, and Unity is not going to be a thing if this doesn't get reversed, at least nowhere near in the same capacity. Unreal's going to just completely win. And I think that's the thing you kind of have to pay attention to if you're a company like this. They kind of didn't. They needed to make the quick buck now. They needed to make the money. And in doing so, they may have threatened their entire future. That's what it is. Unless they can do something extremely drastic and break that kayfabe and genuinely apologize, which will put them in a whole other layer of hot water. If they can't do that, then that's it. It'll be game over, and you'll see games you'll see Game Maker, you'll see Godot, you'll see Unreal, you'll see all these things an awful lot more than you will Unity. And that's just because of how Unity's leadership handled this problem. And I hope that's a lesson to, I guess, especially talking about talent and stuff going forward, I hope that's a lesson to the industry at large. Don't, just don't think about the short term. Think about the short term as much as you need to get by, but the long term is where the gains are going to be, especially when you consider talent. when you consider people. That's what it's going to be. And in this case, they showed exactly what happens when you don't think that way. Thank you very much for watching. I hope this story comes to a little bit of a brighter end, but at the same time, getting kicked when they're down, I think is something we're all rooting for, be it right or not.
There's the COVID bump. That's peak COVID, and then it slowly falls off, and then here's where they made the announcement.
The 10 longest days,
and it's just
in
been
Unity's
trending
life
down
for everyone
slowly but
working
surely.
there, from the top right to the bottom, even for developers. 10 days since they announced the runtime free. 10 days of brutal feedback, let's call it. Brutal critique from developers, from competitors, even muscling in on their turf in a serious way, from the public, from basically everyone, including you guys watching these videos. It's been 10 days, and Unity finally announced that they're going to walk an awful lot of what they're doing back. They've pushed their updated costs, and in theory, it's a very big update and very much in the right direction. But there are a few stumbles, even in this final moment that should be like the one that's most important to them. It's still a few stumbles, and the question is this going to be enough to win back any trust whatsoever? And if you want something you can trust, check out today's sponsor.
You can save money, access more content, and be more secure with nordvpn.com/bellular news. Now, my link gets you 4 months for free on a 2-year plan, and they've got a fantastic 30-day money-back guarantee. Now, Nord lets you browse the web as if you are anywhere. That lets you do a lot of things. This time, traveling. Right, ticket prices for things like cars. They are optimized based on regional demand and a whole bunch of other things like an airline's home country, national wealth. So if you clear your cookies and you use NordVPN to shop around, you can actually benefit from those regional price differences. Now, as you may
Version of Unity, which will be for, small indie devs or people playing around, just, the average person, right? It remains free to access completely, obviously. There's no runtime fee whatsoever at all. And the cap on revenue generation before needing to upgrade is actually up to $200,000 from $100,000. So that means even if you're like an indie dev and you have a fairly runaway success for a small game, you'll still be completely fine. And on top of that, you won't have to use the splash screen anymore. One thing that I think gave Unity a pretty bad rap for a long time recently was the splash screen for the personal version, right? Because think of it this way, you don't really know what engine the game's running on if you're just picking it up and playing. Obviously, if you're a hardcore gamer, you probably have some idea. You've like done research or stuff like that. Maybe you'll notice the intricacies of Source Engine or some things like that. But for Unity, one of the problems was that the good games, the big games made with Unity, didn't have a splash screen because those people paid for Pro, they paid for Enterprise. They were paying for the things, for not having to use it. So anytime you open just a quick indie game, usually if it's like you think of the worst stuff on Steam, the pure shovelware, and that would have had the made with Unity splash screen. So it's kind of a win for everyone here, where you don't have to announce that you're using Unity in your indie game. Obviously, people will be able to figure it out, of course, but people will no longer have Unity in their face and then go Unity bad, which is obviously, of course, the narrative they have. The unfortunate thing is there is a new sign-in policy, and this isn't really a massive deal, but it is something they'll have to contend with, which is from November 2023, users will need to have a Unity ID and login, as well as an active internet connection to use Unity. Now, this isn't always online game dev. There's a 30-day grace period of offline activity between check-ins. So obviously, this is just going to be for analytics purposes. This is going to be making sure everything is up to date and etc. But it is just another small thing to contend with. This is where the meat of it is, right? It's in Unity Pro and Enterprise, where basically all of the money is, right? The runtime fee will only apply to the next version of Unity shipping from 2024 onwards. Existing shipped products or anything made in a version before this will not count towards runtime. And you think, okay, well, what does that actually mean? That means one of the biggest problems they actually faced, which was, hello everyone who's made a Unity game ever before, you owe us more money now. Why? Because we said so. To hell with you. That's gone, right? So you look at some of the biggest stuff. One of the major things with the runtime fee was free to play is getting completely destroyed. So if this had went through the way it was and was legally enforceable, which is, that was always under doubt if it was even enforceable, but in the case it was, then you would have like mobile game companies, and you may not like them, but they would still just be wiped off the face of the map because their revenue per install is so low. You think about the likes of Hoyoverse, you think of their games running in Unity, and you go, oh, okay, well, were you just trying to literally run a scam on some of the biggest people in the industry because you know they have hundreds of millions of installs? Well, that wasn't very nice. So they've done away with this entirely, and it extends to games that are currently being made, because it's very, very unlikely that someone's going to upgrade like Unity, especially if they're mid or late in production. All you'll do is cause problems by doing that in most cases, and you don't really need to. So effectively, this is saying you now can avoid the runtime fee entirely if you don't upgrade or if you're already working on a game. That means that if you want to opt in to the Unity runtime fee and everything that comes with that, you will have to be using the new version, which kind of means you can just nope out, no harm, no foul, at least for now. Then no game with less than $1 million made over 12 months will be subject to the fee. Another thing that's like, yeah, if it's getting a lot of installs, but the revenue's not there, say you're a small mobile developer or something like that, then you're going to be fine. They're not going to try to bankrupt you. And the problem was that they never were going to try to bankrupt you. It's just that their policy kind of said that they would, even if they were trying to say, listen, you can work with us and make deals, it's fine. The problem was they just kind of turned around and said, oh yeah, to hell with you. So as for those that are actually subject then, 2.5% revenue share and a calculated amount based on unique initial engagements, both of which will be self-reported by users, and the lower number will always be billed, which is pretty nice. 2.5% revenue share if you're like got a lot of money from small engagements, or if you've got a very huge amount of people, then you're still going to take only the 2.5%, which is pretty nice. And if you compare that to the leaked version that Bloomberg saw on the Monday there, that was 4% revenue. So where you can see the progress being made. You can see whoever internally is deciding this is literally going, no, you need to bring the number down. People won't be happy, bring the number down. And so they have. There's still a question as to what calculated amount based on unique initial engagements actually means, and how that could be, how that could be calculated, how that's going to have any kind of self-report from users. Is that still going to not force people to go online and share analytics, but is it going to have annoying pop-ups going, hey, please accept the terms of Unity, where we'll phone home and send all this data to stuff. So there's a little bit of stuff on that, but you can at least now, based on the way this is put across and explained, you can at least see the point. The point is they want some money from you, but they're going to take it either in a flat form if that's the lower number, or something else if that's not going to work for you. So here's the actual impact and analysis from people, right? It's better, but it's not necessarily good. Personal users are maybe getting the most out of this because they're getting no runtime fee. They're below the revenue share, which means people are just going to be completely fine, because obviously it's below $1 million and you have to go above 200k to pay for pro. So more or less, indie devs are completely insulated from any harms here, which is definitely what Unity kind of built its back on initially, right? It built its back on, like I said in the last video, it's so much about that talent, about that being endemic in the industry is the term. Being endemic, so everyone uses Unity, so everyone goes, well, I have 20 people who can use Unity, they've learned Unity for personal projects. I'm going to make a big project. Let's use Unreal. No, obviously you would go for Unity, because then everyone immediately goes, okay, well, we can hit the ground running, we can save months and months and months and months and months off our production time because we know what we're doing. Let's go. So that's one thing that they've clearly been smart about doing that. But the splash screen removal is something fun, obviously, because people were saying they would now be uncomfortable playing and buying Unity games. And Unity's response is, we won't tell you it's a Unity game. And I don't want to be that cynical, but it is funny to think about. And then for the pro users, right? If they don't like the terms, they don't have to upgrade. They just don't have to choose them. It's almost like a version of, say, Adobe Creative Cloud. And Adobe say, hey, we've got this new, as an example, the latest Photoshop. Photoshop 2024, or version 25, I think it's called. It has all this new Adobe Firefly stuff. It has generative fill. It has all these AI tools, which are, your thoughts on AI aside, they're very, very useful. You can look at that and go, okay, well, I don't want to use the new thing because, say, they're charging more for it. This would be kind of like Adobe saying you can use the old versions for a lower price, but if you want the newer version, you have to upgrade, giving people that choice as opposed to completely railroading them. Now, obviously, in the grandness of time and the full scheme of things, you're going to want to upgrade because you want the new features, you want the extra performance, you want everything else. But for the time being, that is literally just a choice. There are some issues with potential for security and vulnerability issues here, which will stop this from being like a very, very, very long tail. You know, you can just work on this Unity for 10 years thing. So that's not that was particularly likely anyway, but it is a small bit of fine print that I hope they're paying attention to. So as for the actual costs, then Unity's basically pretty low-balled it with that 2.5%, because Unreal Engine is 5% at the same 1 million threshold, and even that is very generous for so much work that you don't have to do for your game if you're a small dev and things like that. Now obviously this is on top of their existing subscription and seat costs, so it's not just a, hey, we're half the price of Unreal, that's our deal, take it or leave it. No, there's a little bit more complexity to it, but especially if you're looking at bigger companies, this is almost certainly going to end up right.
John Riccatello stepped down.
As for all the engagement talk, they basically said in the FAQ that piracy doesn't count.
James Whitehurst, former CEO of Red Hat, was interim CEO, and now the former CEO of Zynga is the
all of the things
new
that
permanent
people were bringing
CEO.
up as abuse cases, or you know, hey, why does this person buys a game, installs it on like 5 devices because they have that many? They're a worse customer than someone who bought it for just a PC. What's going on? As to how they'll do this is a completely different question, but at least they've said this and made sure it's written down somewhere so you can point to them in the future and go, you said this, don't go back on it. What will count is subscriptions, streaming, and WebGL services, and obviously initial installs. So there's a couple of things where it might get a little bit out of hand, but Unity actually just kind of said, yeah, we're not tracking this. We are going to get developers to tell us their estimates. They don't have to track it. There's no, runtime phoning home, literally self-reported by the people who make the games. So that's very, very interesting that they can just kind of go, here's the first time user downloads. Here's the, unique IDs for installs. Here's the amount of units sold. We're happy enough to take if you're not taking the piss. So that's kind of interesting. It's still a case of them trying to get some extra money, but it's starting to look a lot more like if they had come out and said this at the first time, we wouldn't have had this story happen in the goddamn slightest. So overall, there are broad improvements, right? Runtime fee costs, they're not retroactive. So the massive gist of it, or the massive bulk of it for big developers, not a problem anymore. Overall revenue split lowered with the, the intention for them to get a little bit of that made up elsewhere through these different forms, and a clear framework for what things actually work and how they make sense. These are the positive things that have come out of this, but there's still a few kind of things on top of that. They even included a calculator, so you can literally, you can just plug in your estimates, your details here and say, okay, well, say, your Unity Enterprise and you have so much revenue and so many people, here's how much it is. And that's the case where, if that goes above 2.5% of revenue, it's fixed there.
Now, here's the thing they should have launched with the announcement. How fucking bad are you at your job?
So it's never going to wreck people in the same way that the initial statement was. But the problem is, this is the version after they got bullied. This is not the version they announced. This is the version that they backtracked to. And Unity know this, right? Because this was followed by a fireside chat with Witten. And Wired said, Unity may never win back the developers it lost in its fee debate, right? So he said the most fundamental thing that we're trying to do is that we're building a sustainable business for Unity. And for us, that means that we do need to have a model that includes some sort of balancing change, including shared success. Really important for the long-term future. I can't tell you that you should trust me. You have to decide that on your own. Let's see what people have decided. You don't have to tell people you use Unity is how you know your PR is omega fucked LMAO. I think that's one of the biggest things to take away here. Splash screen removed for free. Unity things to take away here. Splash screen removed for free. Unity know that their brand has been shot.
Oh, sorry.
Screen removed.
Wait. It says, You don't have to tell people you use Unity. Is how you know your PR is omega fucked.
For free. Unity know that their brand has been shot in the head by their actions, and there's not an awful lot they can do with that. Now, we have obviously said before, all they have to do is appease strong enough that outrage can be split. They need enough people off their back that the massive crowd looks more like a handful of people, and once it's a handful of people, you can bring them in and talk to them, and you can calm them down when there's not a bunch of people screaming with torches and pitchforks behind them. So this feels like this is the end, at least for now. Some people are still skeptical on reporting methods, as Alex says here. How many units did you sell? 0. What's your source? We leverage our own proprietary data model. Obviously, that was Unity's own quote. And there are people pointing out issues with like the version locking behind the next 2024 LTS. And it's pointed out here that if Nintendo releases a new platform in 2024, which we all believe they will, Unity compatibility will have to update when that comes out. Which means you'll have to go onto that version of Unity to ship on the Switch 2, or whatever it's going to be called. Which means if you're a Switch developer now, if you have a game that you own Switch and you want it to run on Switch 2. Now, I know the current rumors are that Switch 2 is backwards compatible. So obviously if you have a Switch game and you release it, fine. But like with the PS4 to PS5 upgrades and the Xbox, One to Series S and X upgrades, there's almost certainly going to be a case for re-releasing a game, or especially when it comes to performance things. If the Switch 2 has just more features, you'll want to update that. But to do that for your Unity game means you're going to be locked into their new revenue split, which is likely just unfortunate timing. But it is another thing that they need to think about what they're doing to their people. And of course, there are still people who object to it at a principled level, and I think that's completely understandable. Tony from Innersloth, the Among Us people, says here, management are still at fault here. Leadership have given no assurances in a legally binding matter, which is very important, by the way, that they won't increase costs or change terms unilaterally, as they've already done once. If you are the people known for making a rug pull, people are going to expect a rug pull from you. What's the quote? Fool me once, shame on me. The boy who cried wolf. There are a lot of fables about this exact thing of you do it once, you don't do it again. You become known for what you've done, and as Tony points out here, Unity leadership still can't be trusted to not fuck us harder in the future. How do you get past that? Can you get past that? I'm not sure if that's even possible, to be honest. But we'll finish on a very funny note today, because this was absolutely hilarious, and I think it puts down exactly what corporate PR is. It puts down exactly the kind of people running this company. And it's frustrating to say this because there's so many good people at Unity and things like that, but they removed the terms of service, right? Because they didn't want people to see it, or that's what people were assuming. But it's fine. The TOS was removed initially for a very wholesome and well-meaning reason. In fact, one that we, as YouTubers, can completely understand. It was removed from GitHub because the views were so low. That's why. That terms of service being there on GitHub was so much effort for them, and no one was looking at it. Damn. Well, I'm glad that's cleared up. I'm glad that they didn't pull it away because they didn't want people to actually see it at all. Like, here's Microsoft again, just honestly get fucked. Well, what other response do you have? That is the most brazen lie I think I've almost ever seen a corporation make directly to people working close to it. Because it's different when, Activision Blizzard come out and make some shit up. Because everyone goes, oh yeah, you treat us consumers like dog shit anyway, whatever. But when you're a business like Unity and you're so close to your customers and everything is downstream of what you do, doing this is so awful. And this is exactly it. Like, people just do not believe Unity. They just don't. The best possible rating of this new deal is a stopgap, is that they have been scared to walk this back. They have been kicked into saying, actually, we didn't mean anything bad. We're sorry. We're very sorry. We're very sorry. We still have a gun to your head, by the way. Please stay exactly on that big red X on the floor, because that's where we want you. And, we'll get you there with some sweets, some goodies, some little a bit. We'll put bit on the big red X. No, don't pay attention to the anvil hanging very spuriously above you. Don't worry about that. We won't let that fall on your head. We're not holding the button to drop it. No, not at all. Trust us. You can trust us like you always have. And that's the problem. But I think that's it. That's it for the Unity story. I don't see anything changing for the foreseeable future. I think this is literally it. I think Unity they've stemmed the bleeding to a degree, but they're still there with a self-inflicted wound. They've done it like one step from committing harakiri in front of everyone.
That is an incredible major kerfuffle. Let me go get something to drink real quick, and then we'll. I've got done reading through my draft. I'm actually really, really happy with this. I mean, I might even be able to post this on LinkedIn. Maybe get some eyeballs on my project management skills. Might get offered a job if I do a good job on this video. Well, one can hope. Phoebus sent me this, that George Lucas reveals why Yoda talks backwards at Empire Strikes Back's anniversary screening, but it's from Turner Classic Movies, and I'm pretty sure if I hit play, I'd get the band hammer. Valve is killing slop. All right, let's check this out. I'm going to go grab a drink and go bio real quick. I'm still listening to things through my headphones.
You know what the problem with shovelware games?
And then when I get back, we'll chill out for a little bit, play some games, or just relax. We've done a good job today.
As it turns out, it's actually got worse. Way, way worse. And today's story basically started off because loads of us, me included, maybe you, went to Steam Next Fest. And early on in the most recent Next Fest, we kind of saw it was a heap of slop. And that was really quite worrying. And look, for many of us, there's the fear of missing out. That can come in bad ways from publishers, but it can also be quite genuine. The idea that if there is a torrent of slop games on Steam, that you will miss out on good games because they'll just be buried. It is becoming a problem, and the thing is, Steam actually knows about it. The sort of hidden angle to today's whole story is what Steam is actually doing and how the publishing of games actually works. But to set the tone, almost 19,000 games released on Steam in 2024. That number keeps going up, and by the time of the most recent Next Fest, things really began to feel different. So many slop games, lots of just weird AI stuff. And Aftermath posted this. It's got a good headline. Steam users worry good Next Fest games are being crowded out by AI slop. That's basically my experience of the start of this Next Fest. But it's a long headline, and it ends with, the real problem is more complicated. And that's not just a tease to go and read the article. I mean, maybe it is that, but no, it's because it is actually more complicated. It's more complicated because Valve are doing something about it. And if Next Fest felt awful to you early on, it's because you were kind of part of an experiment. I've also got a truly novel experience to share. It's Boot Dev who have sponsored today's video. You see, there you can learn the coding, engineering, and career skills to break into back-end web development. It's like an average salary of 100 grand, work from home, and a lot of really sick stuff. But with quite the twist, because their founder is a massive gamer, and that's why Boot is different. It's an RPG. Quests, levels, XP, boss battles, real-time leaderboards, and an active Discord community, almost, I guess, like having your programmer MMO guild. It's really cool. And when you're learning a new skill, that kind of thing matters. And the skills you'll be learning are back-end web development using Python and Go across a wealth of content that cover the fundamentals and even deeper learning topics like really getting into algorithms, which, by the way, is real fun. You'll build projects for your portfolio, and you'll dodge two massive problems. One, tutorial hell, where you just bounce from place to place randomly in the internet without a cohesive path. And two, get rich quick style bootcamp hell, because Boot is actually realistic. It's got the sauce. You can see that through their UI, their vibes, how they've structured everything, and they're just plain better than the rest. And you can find that out for yourself with 25% off your first purchase at boot.dev/BellularNews. It's no risk. You can browse their content, do demos, and a lot more for free. And when you do buy, it's a 30-day money-back guarantee. To sort out what the hell was going on, Aftermath spoke to Simon Carlis. He's one of our go-to analysts as well. He runs a great newsletter. Now, they, and probably you, noticed this heap of slop early on in NextFest. Awful-looking AI-generated banner and capsule art, loads of shovelware games, and just vibes that made Steam feel real cheap. I mean, if you love PC gaming and you do it in Steam, but you go to Steam and you just see lots of shit, that's just not going to feel good. But before long, it actually stopped to feel like that. We began to see less of the slop. And Simon frames it as a classic experiment. At the start, when you don't have data, you spread out impressions more evenly. And by you, I mean Steam here, right? And then, as you get that data, like click-through rates, download rates, demo playtime, and so on, you then begin to dole out those impressions based on performance, right? So basically, it's finding product market fit. That's essentially what the Steam algorithm does, by the way. It doesn't take long for Steam users' activity to basically discover near non-existent product market fit games because they're slop, they're shit, nobody wants them, so they've got awful click-through rates. People don't download the demos and they delete the demos. That shows Valve that they should not show that game anymore because Valve wants you to download games, to play games, to buy games, so showing you slop is against their interests. That's basically the point. Valve's algorithm is there to sort the wheat from the chaff. So to do that sorting, it needs to show you both. Now their intent is to do that to show you the wheat so that you're happy. But what happened at NextFest is that for so many, the chaff scared them off. That's because first impressions count. That's why people were spooked. Hell, SteamDB went and made an AI filter, and Steam users are quite obviously wanting Valve to make an official AI filter. I guess people will do it with tags perhaps, but you get the point. If you open Steam and see loads of slop, you will actually worry for the future of PC gaming because Steam basically is PC gaming right now. And you then think, how is a store raking in billions let torrents of slop just be thrown at customers? Well, if you're a YouTube user, which you probably are because you're here, you're probably aware already. And if you ask Valve about this, they'll actually have a clear answer. We all know Valve loves systems and numbers, so I'll start this segment on their terms. 1.7 million new customers bought a top 2023 game, they played 141 million hours of other games, spent $73 million in premium games, and $20 million on microtransactions. That was a lot of stats. The source is Valve, and that data is what we call a cohort analysis. It's when you grab a group of users, based on whatever your criteria are, usually a time period, and then you see what those users went and did. And Valve highlighted this cohort for a very clear reason. The thrust of their 2024 year-in review was that Steam is not just a store, that Steam attracts and retain customers who will then go on to purchase more games. That's why the selection criteria for that cohort is new customers who bought a top game. It's essentially Valve saying that for their economy, the whole trickle-down thing really does work. It works at scale. And
Well, thank goodness for Gabe. Okay, I'm gonna watch that music video again. Here, let me hide the stuff. totally fucking worth it. That's worth all the time I spent on it. I can honestly say that. I gotta get the tomorrow we'll get like the title crawl for the outro, and then I'll put a little 30-second verb at the end. Hey, thanks everybody. Like, subscribe, and then I gotta make a video trying to get in touch with Swifty. I gotta get back in touch with the guy. Exposing Bethesda's dark side. You got me. I want to see.
And one of the great things it allows us to
The title of the video is Exposing Bethesda's dark side, and the first thing you hear is Todd Howard's voice. Because Todd Howard is the dark side.
have 16 times the detail. All of this just works. Who's laughing now? Yes, I was in the chess club. And again, it just 16 times the detail.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
What if I told you that Bethesda isn't the studio you think it is? That Todd Howard, despite being the face of the company for decades, isn't the true architect behind
This is already really well edited. I'm impressed already.
The Elder Scrolls or Fallout.
How much has this got? 500,000 views? Good. He deserves 500,000 views for this level of editing.
If I told you their history is riddled with
The sound is crisp. His mic sounds great. The music's not too loud. Very, very good. Great composition so far.
shady business deals and controversies that could rival EA's most infamous moments.
Oh, looks like he's doing that in Blender to put those little pages there like that. And it's clever to do this instead of just showing screenshots of the news articles. He's got them like did this paper effect, and it's kind of like putting them on like a table or something like that. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to remember that. This would be the way to up my game. Instead of just showing a screenshot, do something like this. This is really clever. It really raises the quality of the video.
What if I told you that the disastrous releases of Fallout 76 and the disappointing Starfield are just the tip of the iceberg, symptoms of a deeper, more troubling story? Today, we will be peeling back the layers on Bethesda's meteoric rise, the cracks that began to form in their empire, their many legal entanglements, and the unseen masterminds pulling the strings behind it all. So buckle up, it's going to be a long one. The year was 1994. 8 years after its founding, Bethesda was about to change the gaming world with the releases of The Elder Scrolls Arena, followed by Daggerfall in 1996. These
Bring back big titty women on
Elder Scrolls
covers of video games.
Arena,
Right there.
followed by Daggerfall
We need more of that.
in 1996. These procedurally generated open-world RPGs blended deep role-playing elements with a fantasy world where you could be and do whatever you dreamed. This is where it all started, the lore we all love, the Daedra, the Temples of Light, the Nine Divine, Tamriel. In the first 20 hours of Daggerfall, I became a werewolf, learned how to infinitely fly with Levitate, stole my way to infinite gold, summoned Sheogorath, and cured my lycanthropy so I wouldn't be hunted down the entire game by a lycanthrope hunter. Yep, it's all here. In 2023, Daggerfall received a Unity engine port, providing a fresh opportunity for players to revisit the origins of the Elder Scrolls with improved controls and significantly fewer bugs. Yes, even back then in the 90s, Bethesda had a reputation for releasing buggy games. This updated version not only enhanced the experience, but also reminded players of the immense scale of these early worlds. Despite the repetitive assets and sparse population resulting from its procedural generation, Daggerfall was the size of actual countries, taking hours, even days to traverse, with over 15,000 cities, towns, and dungeons to explore. It offered an unparalleled sense of scale and role-playing potential.
You can choose to manually travel to places. Do you want to see what that looks like? If we were to run this at normal speed, the game just told me it would take 4 hours to do. That was from there to there.
Now, you have to take in mind these games were janky and with many flaws, but they were ahead of their time, extremely ambitious, and redefined open-world RPGs, standing alongside genre titans like Ultima and Baldur's Gate, laying the foundational bedrock for the iconic Bethesda titles we cherish today. But behind the scenes, all was not as it seemed. Julian Lefay, director of Daggerfall and hailed as the father of the Elder Scrolls, abruptly left the studio in 1998, despite the series' massive success and promising future, citing concerns over the extensive changes in the company's corporate culture.
Everybody left. I mean, because nobody would stay there for very long, right? It was just an awful place to work. I mean, basically, you came in, they wouldn't spend any money on hiring people most of the time. Well, they got better, but so they hired people like next to no money, and they would push that salary down, and then they would just work them brutally and so on. It was just all kinds of agreements they had to sign, and they could get much better offers from elsewhere.
Clearly, something was amiss at Bethesda. Even before LaFay's departure, signs of trouble were evident. The studio's mismanagement led to commercial failures with lesser-known titles like The Elder Scrolls Legends, Battlespire in 1997, helmed by LaFay, and Redguard in 1998, led by a young Todd Howard, the one and only Howard who joined Bethesda in 1994 just after the release of Arena. And how he came to join Bethesda? Well, I'll just let him tell it.
I looked at the address in the box and realized that the office for this company was on my way home over, it was over Christmas break. So I drove into the office and just knocked on the door and said, I want to make games, and I like your stuff, and you're on my way back to school, so you should hire me. This is an excellent reason. They said, no. Why don't you wait till you graduate school?
However, these commercial flops failed to capture the magic of the series, and with the low sales, Todd Howard's leading debut in the Elder Scrolls franchise pushed the company dangerously close to bankruptcy. And so, this is where things got interesting. Between 1998 and 1999, around the same time LaFay left due to changes to its corporate culture, Bethesda's founder and co-creator of the Elder Scrolls series, Christopher Weaver, and his new associate, Robert Altman, a lawyer, performed a dramatic restructuring. They split the company into two identities: Bethesda Game Studios for development and Bethesda Softworks for publishing. Under the newly formed ZeniMax Media, the studio managed to survive, but not without cost. Robert Altman, now CEO of ZeniMax Media, was an intriguing and complex figure. So who was he, and why did we rarely hear of him when he came to Bethesda? Well, before pivoting to the gaming industry, Altman was a high-profile lawyer, renowned for keeping prominent political figures out of prison. However, in the early 1990s, he found himself entangled in one of the largest financial fraud scandals of the time, the BCCI scandal. This global banking controversy involved an alleged $15 billion in fraudulent activity. Though Altman denied wrongdoing, the scandal left a lasting mark on his career, prompting his eventual shift to the corporate world. Then at ZeniMax, Altman leveraged his extensive connections to assemble what could only be described as a board of Avengers. a powerhouse of political and corporate influence. The board included the CEO of CBS and even Donald Trump's brother. Yet this new corporate-driven environment clashed sharply with Christopher Weaver's technical vision, setting the stage for a power struggle that would define Bethesda's future. Rumors soon began to swirl. The board accused Weaver of underperformance in his role as CTO. Their allegations effectively led to his termination in 2002. Feeling betrayed, Weaver fought back, suing ZeniMax Media for $1.2 million in severance pay. But his case unraveled when evidence surfaced that he had accessed company emails and documents without authorization in an attempt to find proof of collusion against him. The lawsuit was dismissed, and Weaver was ousted from the company he had built from the ground up. This bitter fallout marked the beginning of a new era for Bethesda, one where ZeniMax Media's corporate priorities would pave the way for some of the most controversial practices in the gaming industry. By 2002, before corporate greed took root, Todd Howard, one of the few remaining developers, took the reins as project lead on the next installment of the Elder Scrolls series, the alien-like Morrowind. Morrowind would go on to save Bethesda from financial collapse, selling over 4 million copies, becoming a critical commercial triumph and a fan favorite among gamers, with Howard as if usurping Julian LaFay's role as the figure, the face behind the Elder Scrolls.
And we went into Morrowind. Man, there were six of us at the time, right? The studio had gotten that small, and I was in charge of Morrowind. But by that time, once you get to that point, there was this element of no fear. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? We could go out of business. Well, let's go all in. This is the game.
You see, originally Morrowind under LaFay was supposed to be a vastly different game, closer to Daggerfall, but with his departure and the financial issues, we got a much less ambitious game in terms of scope than its predecessors, and still very buggy and janky. But Morrowind marked a pivotal moment for Bethesda. It laid the groundwork for their now signature approach to open-world RPGs, bridging the old and the new Elder Scrolls, staying true to the philosophy of doing whatever you want and being whoever you wanted to be, but in a more intricate, handcrafted world that captivated players the minute they got off that boat. Todd Howard was celebrated as Bethesda's savior, a status likely approved by ZeniMax board executives. However, not everything was as rosy as it seems. Howard's leadership and vision would, in hindsight, clash with the original ideals of the Elder Scrolls, first set by LaFay and his team. Beneath the surface, his growing influence and a philosophy of simplification, touching on gameplay, narrative, and artistic direction, was quietly taking root, shaping the company's future.
But like I was saying, we go at it each time with, let's not just look at the last one and say, what does it need? You know, I think most people, most fans will look at it and say, it's great, you should change the leveling, add spears, add crossbows, add this, and add some more races. And I usually approach it from, well, I want to know what skills are superfluous, that we should fold into something else to make the choice of what your character is more meaningful, make that choice more meaningful, and how are the races different? You know, I think 10 races is enough. How is playing an orc different than playing a high elf? Or, you know, those kind of things.
Adding to the shifting dynamics was the arrival of Emil Pagliarulu, a divisive lead writer and designer whose influence on future Elder Scrolls and Fallout titles would spark its own share of controversies.
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. We are actually at a state now in the development of the studio. We don't have a lot of extensive design documentation. We found that probably after we hit Fallout 3, the design docs that we had became outdated very quickly.
Following a similar philosophy of simplicity, a figure we'll delve into later. Over the next few years, Bethesda skyrocketed in popularity with the releases of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Fallout 3, and of course, Skyrim. To put this into perspective, Skyrim has sold an astounding 60 million copies to date, making it one of the best-selling games of all time, spanning 17 different releases across.
Well, that's why, because they released the game 17 different times.
3 generations of consoles, milked to the absolute perfection. For comparison, Oblivion sold close to 10 million copies, marking one of the most impressive growth stories in gaming history. However, despite their commercial and critical success, and the countless fond memories they have created for so many of us watching this video, Bethesda's design philosophies that would eventually lead to their downfall were slowly taking root. Worse still, their anti-consumer practices and unchecked greed were lurking just beneath the surface.
This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
When Oblivion was released in 2006, the gaming community was in awe at the grandeur of the massive, detailed world presented by Bethesda, staying true to the philosophy of doing whatever you want and being whoever you wanted to be. But just 2 weeks after this massive success, Bethesda embarked on a bold experiment: market test cosmetic DLC. You know it, everybody knows it, the infamous horse armor. The price was $2.50, a bargain for today's microtransactions, but was seen by the community and Bethesda themselves as too expensive, with fans arguing that should cost no more than 50 cents. Others sounded the alarm, foreseeing a slippery slope where games would deliberately withhold cosmetic items to sell them piecemeal rather than allowing players to unlock them naturally through gameplay. But here's the kicker: despite the backlash, horse armor proved to be massively successful. According to Todd Howard, it became one of the most successful DLC Bethesda had ever released. As developers smugly put it, you are all making fun of it, and yet you buy it.
Who's laughing now?
A silly idea, perhaps, but one that inadvertently launched a billion-dollar cosmetic industry with Bethesda sitting right at its center.
I think the big thing is the AI we have in the game. We designed this system, Radiant AI, that allows the people in the world to react really intelligently, and they sort of have their own goals, so they can look at their environment around them and decide how they want
development milestones. Bethesda that same year then funded their own.
I screwed that
What
up,
was
my bad.
meant as a revolutionary system often devolved into an intended comedy.
By the Nine Divines! Assault! 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 Such violence! Such violence!
This duality cemented Oblivion's and even Bethesda's legacy as a cherished, charming gem, brilliant yet undeniably flawed.
Farewell.
And those lofty promises didn't stop there. During the promotion of Fallout 3, Todd Howard often boasted in interviews that the game would feature 200 or even 500 different permutations of endings.
Well, the endings are kind of, they're dynamically strung together. So the ending number we have right now, if you add it all up, every permutation, everything is like 500.
In reality, players were presented with only 4 distinct endings to choose from, 5 if you included the DLC. But even worse, those same DLC showcased Bethesda's anti-consumer practices once again, this time not with horse armor, but with timed exclusive DLC. Partnering with Xbox, Bethesda became one of the early adopters of this practice, locking content away for a time in exchange for a deal.
We're happy to announce that we're going to be doing substantial downloadable content for Fallout 3, and it will be exclusive to the Xbox 360 and games for Windows.
Once again, Bethesda positioned itself at the forefront, not of innovation, but of monetization strategies that often left players divided. However, Bethesda faced yet another challenge with Fallout 3, one that would also set a precedent for their future. You see, in 1997, way before Bethesda took over the Fallout franchise, it was a beloved series of isometric CRPGs developed by Black Isle Studios and Interplay, a series created by Tim Kaine and Leonard Biorsky, legendary names in the RPG world. But by the early 2000s, Interplay was in financial freefall. Ambitious projects like Van Buren, their planned Fallout 3, were cancelled, and their Fallout MMO was barely hanging on. Tim Kaine, Leonard, and many others left years prior, predicting Interplay's downfall to settle Troika Games, but by 2004, a shark entered these blood-infested waters. Enter Bethesda. In 2004, they licensed the Fallout IP, but by 2007, they bought it outright for only $5.75 million. A fraction of its estimated $50 million valuation, which included the
Is it really worth $50 million if it only sold for $5?
Fallout MMO. Bethesda refused this offer,
Seems like it was worth $5 million because that was the price it was purchased at.
instead allowing Interplay to retain the rights to develop the MMO under very strict conditions, requiring them to meet funding and development milestones. Bethesda that same year then funded their own ZeniMax Online Studios, dedicated for MMO development, one day leading to the Elder Scrolls MMO. As for the original creators, Leonard stated that he was extremely disappointed that they didn't get the chance to make the next Fallout game. We have always felt that Fallout was ours and it was just a technicality that Interplay happened to own it. It sort of felt as if our child had been sold to the highest bidder, and we had to just sit by and watch. By 2009, it was clear Interplay couldn't deliver. Despite a beta sign-up page, the studio was near bankruptcy, and so Bethesda sued for breach of contract, claiming Interplay failed to meet the agreed milestones and accusing them of unlawfully selling the original Fallout games on digital platforms like Steam. The legal battle dragged on until 2012 when Bethesda settled out of court, paying $2 million to acquire the full rights to the Fallout MMO, and with the project officially cancelled, Bethesda secured complete control of the Fallout franchise for a fraction of the original price tag. It was a masterclass in ruthless business tactics. Bethesda secured the bag, saving millions, Interplay's dreams were crushed, and Fallout fans were left wondering what could have been. This case, much like the horse armor controversy, marked the beginning of Bethesda's long history of lawsuits, such as the time in 2011 that they sued Notch, creator of Minecraft, over the game title Scrolls, as it infringed on the Elder Scrolls IP. Finally, Notch offered to settle the lawsuit through a match of Quake 3, but to no avail. Eventually, it ended in a settlement with the game's name.
Notch is like, let's settle this like men.
Changed.
Fallout 3 is garbage, and here's why. The first two Fallouts comprise some of the best games ever. Virtually nothing else comes close. I'm going to talk about what makes the first two Fallout games good a lot in this video, but it's important to keep in mind that even without comparisons to the previous games, Fallout 3 fails on its own merits too.
But the story of Fallout 3 doesn't end there. When it was first released, despite getting 12 million sales and glowing reviews, through its many bugs and crashes, many original fans of the franchise, especially coming over from the oldest running Fallout fan website, No Mutants Allowed, criticized the many changes Bethesda had made, from lore to the emphasis on action over RPG mechanics like player choice, saying it wasn't a Fallout game but something else entirely, blaming the big corporate company and Todd for ruining their franchise, quickly earning the nickname Oblivion with Guns. Regardless of what we might think of this modernization, it was an extremely successful and beloved game for Bethesda, bringing numbers that the original creators could only dream of. Not only that, but it placed Fallout on a map of pop culture and even releasing a successful TV show. But over the coming years, if the fans thought those changes were bad or regressive, they would soon be sent into a coma. But for now, in just 2 short years, something amazing was about to happen. Fallout New Vegas is often held up as the pinnacle of modern Fallout games. Ironically, it wasn't developed by Bethesda but by Obsidian Entertainment, the successors to Blackout Studios with many of the original developers. New Vegas, although also very buggy at launch, offered richer narratives, deeper player choice, and a more immersive open world. It built upon the foundations of the original Fallout games in ways that Fallout 3, developed by Bethesda, didn't. Despite its acclaim, there's a tragic story behind it. Bethesda reportedly structured Obsidian's developer bonuses around a Metacritic score target of 85 or higher. Tragically, the game fell short, earning an 84, leading to layoffs. Now, New Vegas and Bethesda are the target of many conspiracy theories, and New Vegas won't be the last. Many claim Bethesda sabotaged the project by forcing Obsidian to develop the game under an impossible 18-month deadline, leading to its technical shortcomings and in turn lower score. That said, Chris Avallone, lead designer on New Vegas, clarified that while the development timeline was tight, there was no intentional sabotage. However, there was mismanagement by Obsidian. So with all of this in mind, by the time we get to Skyrim in 2011, we already had a company that set in motion microtransactions in single-player games, fueling their corporate greed, shady and aggressive business tactics, anti-consumer practices, and was only gonna get worse. But did people care? No, because Skyrim was about to change the world.
It's, for us, all the little things like you're seeing here, like plants, micro detail, big epic things like mountains, you can walk to the top of that mountain. So we really deal with levels of detail, streaming that in. We have to draw everything, we can't hide it. Being able to look at all these plants, pick up the flowers. We're really big into just suspending your disbelief that you are in this world.
Skyrim set a cultural movement with open-world RPGs and games in general, setting the spark of a whole wave of open-world games in the years that followed. However, beneath the surface of what most would agree was an amazing and now nostalgic RPG with impressive exploration and immersion, fans of the series were beginning to voice criticisms, not just of Skyrim, but the direction of the franchise as a whole.
Borrowing the narrow corridor tricks many AAA games at the time were using, this introduction is out of place in a game where 95% of the time, you aren't experiencing that sort of staged excitement. This shift is most readily explained by the departure of the lead designer of Oblivion and Morrowind, Ken Ralston, and the entrance of Emil Pagliarulo, who created the Dark Brotherhood questline for Oblivion and led the design team on Fallout 3, now as senior designer and writer for Skyrim.
Todd Howard and Emil Pagliarulo's philosophy of simplification finally revealed itself with Skyrim. While this design shift had already sparked some criticism from hardcore fans, starting with Fallout's reboot and Oblivion's more action-oriented gameplay, the trend became undeniable. Oblivion had already streamlined many Morrowind's elements, such as removing some skills, introducing quest markers, and also implementing the universally disliked level scaling system, which created a host of issues with progression. But Skyrim took these ideas even further, tenfold. Remember the beginning of the video?
Let's not just look at the last one and say, what does it need? You know, I think most people, most fans will look at it and say, it's great, you should change the leveling, add spears, add crossbows, add this, and add some more races. And I usually approach it from, well, I want to know what skills are superfluous, that we should fold into something else.
Gone was the class system and many of the deep progression mechanics, replaced by a more streamlined approach inspired by Fallout. Attributes were stripped down, and the game leaned even more into action RPG territory rather than classic role-playing elements of the past. Clearly, from a business perspective, this was the right call. Skyrim brought millions of new players into the Elder Scrolls universe, and ultimately, whether this was an improvement or a downgrade comes down to player preference, much like the Fallout debate. However, players also noticed a shift away from the open-ended sandbox-style gameplay that once defined the series. Instead of the world being the true centerpiece, Skyrim increasingly centered around the player, designed to guide them, the players, forward with minimal resistance. More of a curated theme park of attractions instead of a dynamic role-playing sandbox of the past.
For every good addition or tweak to the controls or formula I felt the game aced, I can think of 3 others that were simplified, dumbed down, or completely removed. At this point, it seems like Bethesda is treating their series like a zero-sum game, where you can only add a system or feature if you cut another. A far cry from the aspiration of the earlier Elder Scrolls games to achieve something greater that has never been experienced before. It seems that in the minds of many regulars, the series has already peaked, and that is one mountain Todd Howard's team hasn't been able to climb.
For better or worse, Skyrim went on to influence games for the next decade through many different releases and even remasters, double-dipping on their most die-hard fans while stuffing the deep pockets of ZeniMax. And then of course, we can't go forward without mentioning the mods. Since Morrowind, the community had taken upon themselves to fix Bethesda's flaws, like patching its many bugs, improving gameplay, and even creating entirely new content, cementing the not-so-healthy mindset, mods will fix it. But with Skyrim, the modding scene exploded.
Okay, I'll turn it off. Oh man, I think I'm just gonna call it. What is it, Friday? Yeah, that's right. So let's review what we did today. So we got up and we did the morning catch up. I checked all my emails. I took my medicine. We got the Skyrim music video really close to done. It's maybe like 5% left to do, and maybe some little quality of life tweaking stuff. Applied to a bunch of jobs. Got things lined up on Monday to get in touch with the staffing agency that I applied to all those jobs for, and then start putting my resume up there on DICE. We exercised today. We certainly did. And it's about time to have dinner. So, it's been a productive day. We got some stuff done on a Good Friday. And I'm just trying to keep pushing forward. I just gotta keep working and stay the course. So I really appreciate everybody coming by to hang out, and I hope you enjoyed the live stream. And tomorrow we'll pick it up again. So I hope to see you here in the live streams tomorrow. And we're gonna finish up. Excuse me. We're gonna finish up the music video, and then we'll get some. We'll start working on that video essay, because I just reviewed. I really like this essay. It's gonna. Yeah, I think it makes sense to go ahead and bust my ass and get this thing done to launch it with the Skyrim video. So I have something like this up on my channel for people to kind of see what the type of content that I make, because I'll have the music video, and then this should give people a lot of food for thought. So it's been awesome. I'm feeling good. We got a lot done. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. So thank you, everybody. See you next time.